Hello, 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 and welcome to day one of the International Day of Calm Summit and the Day of Calm. This is the International Day of Calm, April 5th, every year. It is a day for us to take control of ourselves, our emotions, and really look at what in our life is stressing us out. What do we need to soothe personally so that one by one, as we create calm personally, we send a rush of calm throughout the world and people reflect on each other's calmness. So, what can you do today to be a calmer person? You're doing it. You're attending this summit. You're learning what you don't know, and you're learning more about taking control of you, your family, your community, your world, and doing it with a mission to really start soothing the anger and rage that is at epidemic levels in this world. It is affecting everybody. You turn on the news, there's shootings, there's killings, there's all kinds of intentional anger and violence. And all those people that are doing all of that destruction are filled with anger and rage, and they're letting it out on everyone else. How do we stop it? We get intentional about stopping it. We get intentional about raising our children so that we're not raising them with anger, rage, and aggression. We get intentional about regulating our own emotions, becoming more emotionally intelligent, being proactive so we know how to respond to situations, understanding that we're in control. So I welcome you to the International Day of Calm, and I'm grateful for you attending this summit. Please feel free to share this out to your friends, your family, people you know, as this is really going to be a conglomerate of incredible experts teaching you about everything that you have going on in your life that may be affecting you personally or someone you know. Welcome to the International Day of Calm. So, I would like to bring on two of the people that are so key in the creation of this summit. This is not an easy thing. This is not anything that, was a quick put together. And I'd like to introduce my calm team. Anupam Sharma, sorry, Anupam,
No worries,
and
that's all right.
Zard Pasagan. I am in the United States. Anupam is in India, and Zar is in the Philippines. Welcome, guys.
Thank you so much. Thank you so
I'm
much,
Thank
everyone.
super excited to have everybody here, having you joining us, and having our amazing team. And today we'll make sure all's going smoothly. We have a lineup of great speakers. Today we'll be joined by Nick Klingsmith, by Saurav Atri, by Chris Lake, and by Wendy Ologi. And we will be addressing parenting. We'll be addressing living inspired, silence and deep listening, and paving a path to peace through detox. That's today's lineup. Tomorrow, new day. Next day, a new day. You will be blown away by what you're going to learn in just 3 days of intentional decision making for you. Okay, so soon we hope that we will be being joined by Wendy Ologi. She is the number one parenting coach in Africa, and I understand she lost her voice. So we're gonna have a little bit of a challenge with that. But I'd like to introduce you to a school that we're supporting, our missions. And let me go over our missions for this. We have 4 missions here, or I should say 4 initiatives here in the International Day of Calm. These work to really reach our mission for the Day of Calm Foundation, which is a 501c3 nonprofit. We work to soothe an epidemic of anger and rage, bringing an end to senseless violence against children. This is what our work is for. We do this 4 ways. Today is our biggest day, the International Day of Calm, and we have a 3-day summit that we do year after year after year on April 5th, 6th, and 7th, bringing together experts from around the world. We also have an initiative called Rescue a School, where we take a school and we do what's needed to make it more of a reality for the kids attending in lower, stressful, dangerous areas around the world. Our school this year is the brilliant nursery and primary school of East Uganda. And that school basically has buildings right now of sticks and mud, serves about 400 students that are all living in poverty. Some are orphans from the horrible epidemic of AIDS in that region. Unfortunately, there was a 6-year-old that was just brutally murdered in their own home. These children need our help, but yet through this school, through their leader, who I hope you will meet later, if weather permits in Uganda, they are thriving, they are learning, they are growing. This is what we need. And I encourage you to donate to support this school in Uganda. $5, $1, $10, $50, whatever you can afford is going to bring structures of sound construction to these children, these students, these teachers, these people that sacrifice their lives for the good of their community. Please go to dayofcalm.org and donate today. All right. Our third initiative is our year-round calm projects. We don't just end here. We continue all year. We do parenting sessions to help parents learn how to be the best parents they can be so that they raise amazing adults. We're not raising children, my friends. We're already on path to raise an adult. That's what we're doing. And through intention, respect, and really techniques and strategies that help create a better life, a better childhood for children without rage, aggression, and yelling. Can you imagine what the next generation is going to be if children can actually blossom from their childhood and not have to recover? We have a $1 billion therapy industry, billions of dollars of people recovering from their childhoods. How do we bring that to an end? We change. We change the way we parent. And that's what my session will be on after this. Those projects go on all year. I'm already speaking at a bunch of schools in the next couple months, as well as I'm speaking at the 2024 World Forum on Childcare and Early Education in Canada later in April. We have calm programs for colleges and students that are going to teach our youth, the leaders of tomorrow, how to connect calmly with each other, how to stop judgment and criticism and ridicule. And just because someone doesn't agree, not worrying about how can you be friends anymore. Instead, sitting down, talking about a topic, listening, critically listening, not planning your next rebuttal, but listening and finding out why that person has valid reasons for their line of thought. Because you have valid reasons and others have valid reasons. Don't just hate people because they don't agree. People haven't agreed as long as people have been on this planet. Our job is to learn more, learn their point of view, learn their culture, learn their way of living. And that's what our CALM projects do all year long. And our newest initiative is Common Grounds. That will be launched soon. That is where we are going to bring two people from opposite cultures, different genders, different ages, and different beliefs, and sit them down over coffee. Cheers, we love coffee, tea, hot chocolate, whatever, and have a conversation, ask questions, inquire, get answers, be curious, and learn about someone else that you either know nothing about or you think you know about them and you're judging them and you're like, we need less judgment. We need to learn more. And that's what this conference is all about. We're going to learn more. And I'm excited that you're here. And if you believe in our mission, you believe in these initiatives, please go to dayofcalm.org and support us. Like I said, any amount is valuable to us. Even if all you can say is today, I can only do $10. We are sincerely grateful. This is how we calm the world. Weapons, they're important to control. But when that weapon is put down, there is still a human behind that weapon that is filled with anger and rage. And we have to take action on that. So I welcome you to the Day of Calm once again. And I believe my incredible team has a short video for you to watch.
Viewers all over the world, good morning. We are here at Brilliant Nursery and Primary School. Thank you so much for watching this show.
Hi. I'm back. Sorry, I got distracted. So, welcome back. What an exciting day for you all to be here. I'm so grateful. Please remember to share this out to any of your friends. If you're on YouTube with us, subscribe, share, give us a thumbs up, hit that bell to get alerted for live broadcasts. Do all of those things that you're supposed to do on YouTube. And let's get started with my personal topic. And this is a lot of the definition of the Day of Calm, from conflict to connection. How intentional parenting can be the transformation that society needs now. Why now? Because we have to raise those adults. So we have to get started immediately. So I want to talk about parenting a little bit. And I want to explain how hard it is these days to be the best parent you can be, because we are bombarded with parenting experts on the internet. We have a problem, we look it up, we get 6 answers. People are like, it's not good to do the peaceful parenting because then we raise a bunch of wimpy kids and wimpy adults. It's not good to be aggressive and hit kids, which I agree with. I mean, if you're thinking, well, there's got to be an appropriate time to hit a child, I ask you, when is it appropriate for me to hit you? When is it appropriate for a friend to hit a friend? When is it appropriate for a spouse to hit a spouse? It's never appropriate. And if you're hitting your child, you are teaching your child to hit. Okay, so let's go on, because what's a parent to do? There's so many things. You'll see posts about you can't raise children like your grandparents raised them. And the truth is, even though there is a lot more distractions in this world today, if you are working to raise a respectful, compassionate, self-reliant, self-sufficient, thoughtful, kind, happy, fun, loving human being, the path to that is the same. We had distractions when I was a kid. We have more distractions now, but it doesn't mean that getting your child to become the adult you want them to be, that there isn't a system for it. There absolutely is. And please remember that you are their strongest role model. So if you sit down today, and I encourage you to do this, and write down what you want your child to be. What do you want your child to be? Do you want them to be kind? That's usually the number one answer when I ask parents. Do you want them to be friendly? Do you want them to be confident? What do you want them to be? Do you want them to be well-mannered? Do you want them to be respectful? I ask you, are you being that person? Because if you want your children to be that person, you have to be that person. You are their strongest role models, and your actions speak so much louder than your words. So I'm going to go through a list of what respectful parenting, what intentional parenting will do for your child, and what is not left out of the system that so many people think is left out of the system. When a child is respectfully, intentionally, cooperatively parented, they gain emotional intelligence. They learn to handle disappointment, which is so vital, because welcome to life when things don't go your way. And if you raise a child to always think they're going to be happy, you are raising a very unhappy adult, because there will be things in life that don't go their way. And if they don't know how to handle disappointment, they will not know how to handle that. They will not know what to do in the eyes of things not going their way, and they will freak out. And the tantrums they had when they were little will be the tantrums they have as adults. The anger, the rage, the frustration, the overwhelm, substance abuse, it all is a big package if people don't learn to handle disappointment and get emotional intelligence, understand how to regulate emotions. And that is done on the course of their childhood. It creates stronger relationships, improved and increased communication. Parents always ask me, how will I assure that my child will come to me in their time of need? Because along the way, from the time they were little, you created respectful communication. You were a good listener. You did not judge, criticize, ridicule. If you're doing that, you're guaranteeing they won't come to you. They don't feel respected. It builds a child's self-esteem and confidence. It creates resiliency and adaptability. It offers them coping skills, problem-solving skills, strategic planning, critical thinking, compassion. We are filled with emotions, my friends. We are born with a slew of them. And if you've ever raised a child, you've seen that. We are born with all these emotions and no way to regulate them. What is the emotion that's left out? Compassion. Compassion is a learned emotion. That is why when it's time for a child to share, it's a little hard for them to share, because sharing is an act of compassion. They have to realize this other person would like something. This other person needs a little help. This other person or bigger person requires my thoughtfulness towards them. They learn that. And how do they learn it? Through you. Once again, their strongest role model. It builds social skills for them. They understand other kids. Purpose. Kids today, there's so much overwhelming screen time that you're not scheduling. If your kids are out of control with screens, you need to create a schedule, a daily schedule that puts screen time on your time. If you don't know how, reach out. I have a whole training on it. But if they are just randomly allowed at any time for as long as they want to be on an electronic screen, you are killing their brain. There is study after study after study that results in the damage that is done to a child's brain with excessive screen time, and screen time that's brought into a child at a very young age. You are eliminating their ability to learn, to memorize, to remember, to have purpose. One of the things that happens with kids that are always on screen is they lack purpose. They lack intuition. They lack energy. They lack motivation. And many of those kids are obese because they're just sitting. They're not moving. Our bodies were meant to move. The energy that every child has built into them needs to be released. And if you're not doing it in a proactive way, letting them run, letting them burn that energy, they will burn energy in a way that's not so great for you. Noises, banging, aggression, loud screaming, tantrums, defiance. So purpose is one thing that this system creates responsibility in the child. How does someone become responsible? By being given responsibility. Giving a child household responsibilities is not mean. It teaches them that they're part of a bigger community. The world does not revolve around them like we are born to think. We're part of a bigger community, and that community is our family. And we all work to keep our house clean, organized, working in the way that we need it to work. We're all part of the solution. We're not part of the problem. It teaches respect. Respect is huge, my friends. Huge. You don't teach a child respect by beating them. You don't teach a child respect by yelling at them. You don't teach a child respect by disrespecting them. Are they your children? Are you ultimately in control of the situation and their journey? Yes. But when you learn techniques and strategies and ways to be respectful to them, they're still human. They return the respect to you and others. If a child grows up being allowed to be disrespectful to their parents, you give them permission to be disrespectful to anyone. And what else does a child wind up with? They wind up with joy, calm, happiness, a life that created laughter and fun. This is what intentional, respectful parenting can do for your child. Now, let me talk about the system that goes into that. Cheers. I hope you have coffee, tea, hot chocolate, something nice to drink, water, your favorite drink, and you're joining me. And a reminder to please share this out. More people in this world need to hear it, don't you think? One person, everybody shares with just one person. That's another person we're able to affect to create the ripple this world needs. Okay, so what is all this intentional parenting? What is all this respect? You hear people on social media always like, we're not creating tough kids. They need to be tough. They need to, punch back. They need to stand up to people. They don't need to just whimper and shrivel. And all this talk about peaceful parenting and calm parenting. No, people yell no. That's not what they need. They need to be smacked around. They need to be put in their place. And you may even today have people in your family that are saying to you, why aren't you smacking that kid? He's out of control. She's out of control. You're just going to let her do that? So not only do we have this struggle of things on the internet telling us what we should do and making us feel guilty for not doing something, but we also have family, friends, people we know that feel like they need to join in the conversation and tell us what we need to do. It's not easy. I have personally raised 5 children. 2 I gave birth to, 3 I gained through marriage. I have been successfully parenting a blended family for over 29 years. I have been a real mom, real life parent for over 41 years. I have raised 5 kids through teenager land successfully into adulthood. I have 9 grandchildren. I did it for the most part without having to yell at them. Did I never yell? No, I'm sure I had a good day, a bad day once in a while. But overall, I created a respectful, nurturing, happy, fun environment at my home, even with my stepchildren. We were a team. We are always a team. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about what you need to do as a parent, a grandparent, a nanny, a caretaker. What do you need to do to help the children under your care? You need to be proactive, number one. What does that mean? And this is a great lesson for your entire life, your career, whatever you're trying to achieve. You need a proactive approach. Too many parents are flying by the seat of their pants, And what does that do? That creates emotional reactions instead of proactive reactions. You need to think things out. If something you're struggling with is happening day after day after day, then look at that and say, okay, my child is throwing food. Every day we sit down at the table and that kid throws food. I'm sick of it. Then you have to look at it and think, why is this happening? What can I do to stop it? What you can do to stop it is create a consequence. You throw food, in my eyes, that means mealtime's over. Goodbye. Put them down. They're done. Every time they throw food, do not pick up the food again and make it a game. They'll do it 5 more times in a row because, yay, it's a game. I throw it on the floor, you pick it up. I throw it on the floor, you pick it up. Have a consequence for that. You throw food, you get down. Tantrums. Let me talk to you about tantrums, because every parent suffers with them, and every parent struggles with them, and every child struggles too. We have 2 parts to our brains. The part we can control, the conscious brain, and the subconscious brain, the part we can't control. Our human brain takes 25 years to develop completely. So if your child is 2 years old, think about that. This is like one of those aha moments. If your child is 2, they have 23 more years of brain development. What are we born with? We are born with our basic human needs: the need to eat, the need to sleep, the need for a nurturing adult, love, the need for shelter, the need for, I mentioned food. We need our needs to be addressed. And what's interesting is they just recently did a study. And if those basic human needs are not addressed in the first 3 months, we always hear about how impactful the first 5 years are. But if those human needs are not met in the first 3 months, it causes irreparable brain damage to that child. So if a child's left in an orphanage, has no parents, has no caregivers, no education, their brains are affected, and affected for life. The brain is a really important thing. And the part that we can control, the subconscious mind, is what operates everything about distraction. It affects everything about our bodies. It runs our blood. It runs our heart. It runs our organs. It runs our brain. Everything that gets run that we don't have to think about. You don't have to think about breathing. It happens. If it doesn't, the opposite happens. And you're not with us anymore. The subconscious mind does that. But what else does the subconscious mind do? It spits out automatic reactions to our emotions until we learn a better way. How many adults do you know that throw tantrums? A good deal. Everybody knows at least one that whines, that fusses, that brings on the drama when something doesn't go their way. The parent, and there are lots of you, that scream and yell and hit your kids because they're not listening. So you get aggravated and you throw a tantrum. What is a tantrum? Tantrum is losing control of your emotions. Your children do it, you do it. Why? Children do it because when they get upset, disappointed, angry, mad, whatever the emotion is, their subconscious mind spits out a reaction. That may be a tantrum. That may be hitting, biting, throwing, kicking, any kind of emotion like that, screaming, whatever. It is an automatic reaction to that feeling of disappointment, often brought on by simply being told no. How do tantrums continue? They continue for this reason: because they work. If your child throws a tantrum and you give in to them, they wanted candy, you said no candy, and then they start screaming, you're like, okay, here, have candy. You just confirm that that tantrum is what they need to do every time they don't get their way. And every time they do it, you give in. And if you're deciding, okay, today I'm not going to give in, and they keep doing it, and that tantrum is longer and longer and longer, because they know eventually you're giving in, and then you give in. Those tantrums will be frequent and long. However, if your child has a tantrum and you let them be, don't talk into it. Don't be like, I need you to calm down. No one in the history of calm down has ever calmed down by being told calm down. So don't do that. It's only going to escalate the tantrum. Let them be. Let them calm. Can you distract them? Absolutely. Put on music, dance, throw out some underdeflated balloons. Their brain will switch, notice the fun, and switch off that tantrum and go have fun without you having to give in. Can you hold them if they really are out of control? Yes. Love doesn't spoil a child. Giving them everything they want when they want it spoils a child. But if you're just calming them through your love, that's fine. Just don't give in to what caused the tantrum. And I want to say that again, that I said. Love and compassion for your child does not spoil them. The only thing that spoils a child is the belief that they will always get their way. People give in to them. They get what they want when they want it at the moment they want it. If you continue that cycle, you will have lots of tantrums, lots of moody children, and you will be raising a generation of entitled, disrespectful, moody, emotional adults. So, how do you calm a tantrum? What's your best response to a tantrum? Your best response is no response. All right. So, all of this, and I haven't even dove into most of the methods that you need to address, is part of creating a comforting, loving, nurturing environment for your child. Letting them exercise their disappointment muscle, letting them exercise their waiting muscle. What's a great activity for you guys to start? It creates calm. It's nurturing. It teaches nurturing. It also teaches delayed gratification. For women, it's the best guard against osteoporosis because you get vitamin D from the sun, and it is a weight-bearing exercise. Gardening. Create a family garden. I challenge you to create a family garden. What a fun, beautiful way to get your children involved and teach them about nurturing and delayed gratification. And go one step better and plant vegetables, plant food. A child was much more likely to eat the food they grow than something that's just put on their plate. Get them excited about trying new things, planting new things, picking out seeds, growing them, nurturing the soil. Teach them all of this. It's healthy inside and out. Okay, so I want to take a little break here because I am all about laughter and happiness. I end every live broadcast I do across social medias with this. I wish you days filled with peace, love, and lots of laughter, because it really is the best medicine. And along my journey, I became a laughter yoga leader. And I want us to do a little laughing, to take a break, to relax, to exercise. You know what laughter exercise? You want abs? Laugh, exercise your abs, your lungs, your facial muscles. Got wrinkles, saggy skin? Laugh more. So let's do a little exercise. I want you to put up your hands with me, and I want you to go ha, ha, ha. Now I want you to flip your hands and go he. We are going to do this faster and faster and faster and faster until you can't do it anymore, because you won't believe how tiring this is. Ready? Join me. Ha, 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 he. 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 Okay. I'm going to stop. I could go longer, but tiring, right? So tiring. I'm going to take some water. Have water. Cheers. Best drink. Have water for your kids. Okay. But that just pumps everything up. Don't you feel happy? Do it with your kids. They'll love it. They'll be laughing in no time. You'll relieve stress and energy, and a nice workout for you. Okay, so let's keep going. What are the other parts of this system, this parenting system? What are the other parts that need to be in place? And guys, I encourage you to get my 21 Days to Stop Yelling program. In 21 days, you can stop yelling. If you're tired of yelling at your kids, we're giving you an exclusive discount. This program is incredibly reasonable as it is, $118. But we want to make it incredibly affordable for you. 21 days, you'll have your private back office. You will get strategies in place every day that you can look at, you can master, and put into place. And in 21 days, your family will be changed. And if you stay consistent with it and you stay intentional and it stays that way, your kids will help you. You'll have a new family at home with an intentional, proactive system. Use coupon code Day of Calm. Day of Calm, it's on your screen. Use that coupon code. 21 days to stop yelling. I guarantee you, I have never met a parent who likes to yell at their kids. Everyone feels bad. If you feel bad about when you yell at your kids, put it in the comments. How do you feel when you yell at your kids? Next thing I want you to put in the comments is, how do you feel when you're yelled at? And how do you think your children feel? They will be so on board with you not yelling. Nobody likes to be yelled at. So I encourage you to scan that QR code and put in the coupon code Day of Calm to get that special price just for you. Okay. And if the scan code doesn't work, the link is quityelling.com. Quityelling.com in case you have a problem with the scan QR code. Okay. Back on track. This whole system is multi-factor. You need to have schedules and routines in place. Routines are not a thing you try. Routines are a thing you stay intentional with. Children thrive on routines. They thrive on it. And for that matter, adults do too. But you're trying to get your little toddler more independent, less micromanaging. Routines. Step by step routine done the same way every day. They will master it and you will not be micromanaging them. I had a parent say, we tried that for 2 days. No, do not give up. They have to master it. And once they do, it's like a light, like a light goes off. They've got it. They wake up, they go potty, they get dressed, they brush their teeth, they put their shoes on, they straighten their bed, they go to breakfast without you having to micromanage this sequence. You don't have to sit there, go get dressed, get dressed, get dressed. They're on it. Schedules and routines. We all need them. Number 2, encouragement. Life is not just about consequences. It's about feeling like you're appreciated for the effort that you put into it. You need an encouragement system in your home. And if you get the Quit Yelling program, you will get one. Easy to use, not costing you a fortune to encourage. And people will go, why do I have to bribe my kid? Why do I have to be all thankful for everything they do? My question to you is, if you're at a job and your boss offers you a raise in appreciation for the hard work that you've put in, do you go, oh, no, keep the money, keep it. I am honored just to be here. No, everybody accepts that raise. Everybody accepts that award. Why? Because you feel appreciated for the effort you put in. Your children need to feel appreciated as well. And as a matter of fact, your partner does too. We're going to have a lot of relationship coaches on here to help you. You do nothing else today, start appreciating the people in your family. Your child comes down and he takes the trash out on their own initiative. Or maybe you reminded them. And they got home and they put their stuff away like it was supposed to be. They took the trash out. Say thank you. Thank you, honey, for taking the trash out. You're thinking you want to say to me, well, they're supposed to do that. They should do that. I don't care if they should do that. They did do that. They made an effort, and that effort deserves appreciation. The more you appreciate each other, the more respect and cooperation is built. It's like a magic pill. I have so many parents say to me, wow, that was like magic. It's not magic. It's respect. It's appreciation. It's love. It's noticing all the good your children do instead of just focusing on the negative. Humans are so built to focus on the negative, and what you focus on grows. So if you are only giving attention to negative behavior from your children, guess what you're getting more of? More negative behavior. You have to be intentional, and it is a mindset switch. You have to start recognizing the good they do. They do so much more good. Let me give you an example. Your siblings are playing. They're playing all nice. You got through a phone call. They're happy, they're fun. All of a sudden, they start screaming and getting all mad at each other. You put that phone down and you walk in there and you yell at them. What are you guys doing? Now you guys just separate, sit down. Well, here is the breakdown of what just happened. They played nicely for a half hour. You got a phone call done. They got sick of each other. They argued and had a spat. You came in and the only thing you addressed was the fact that they got sick of each other and argued, which is why they had the argument, because let's face it, we get sick of each other. And siblings are always being stuck together. Give them a break. What should have happened? You should have put your phone down and walked in and said, thank you guys for playing so nicely. I really appreciate it. Don't even address the little spat and say, hey, I'm done my phone call. I appreciate you letting me get through it. Let's go play a game together. Focus on the good your children do. I have a lot of clients that will say, oh, so bad. So bad. Everything is so bad. And I said, name me something good that happened today. And they will say, I don't know. I got nothing. I said, did they get up on time? Oh, yeah. Did they get ready for school on time? Yeah. Did they eat their breakfast nicely? Yeah. And they put their dish in the sink. Did they get out the door on time? Yes. I've only gotten through 1 hour of their day, and look at all the things they did right. Did you tell them? Did you say, great job this morning? No, because you're only focusing on when things go wrong. The majority of the day, things go right. Start focusing on that. And the more you recognize what goes right, the more going right will happen. Okay. So you need to recognize what goes right. You need an encouragement system. And like I say, if you go to quityelling.com, coupon code Day of Calm, get that 21-day system. It includes an easy encouragement system that you can start in your home as soon as you get it. It's all online. Doesn't matter where you are in the world. As soon as you get it, you'll do that. Okay. Encouragement. They need encouragement to feel motivated, to cooperate. They also do need consequences. Why? Because in this world, there are consequences. You do something great, you make a great choice, there's a great consequence. You make a not so great choice, there's a not so great consequence. Consequences also have a formula in order to provide a consequence that teaches. Difference between punishment and teaching and a consequence is a consequence teaches, a punishment does nothing. It merely punishes. It doesn't encourage your child to make a better choice the next time that situation comes up. Consequences. You'll learn more on that program. We don't have time to go into every single thing today. Okay. So your child needs consequences, schedules, routines, encouragement. They need limits and boundaries. Children that don't have limits and boundaries are in chaos and stressed out and running around. Do you ever see that child that like runs around their house like crazy? Do you ever see that child? That child has no boundaries, no limits. They're allowed to do whatever they want to do. And that is chaotic for a child. That is putting stress into your child's brain. I'll have many people say, well, limits and boundaries, that's mean. No, it's actually mean not to have limits and boundaries. You are doing your child a disservice. You want to raise this amazing human that you dreamed of before that child was even born. They need limits and boundaries in place. They need calm communication. This is the day of calm. Yelling is not calm, nor is it respectful. Getting an attitude, throwing things, throwing your own tantrum is not calm. But speaking to a child, if you want the child to help you with something, can you help me? Please use your manners. Another thing parents will ask me is, how do I get my children to use more manners? And I will ask, do you use yours? And they'll be like, well, sometimes. Well, then sometimes your child will use theirs. Well-mannered children come from well-mannered parents. I even had one of my clients say to me, well, my husband and I have been married for so long, we don't use manners anymore. You're their role models. I've been married for 29 years, second time around. First time, 15 years. In all that, whatever that number is, almost 45 years, I've always used my manners and have always spoken respectfully to my partner. My first husband, my second husband, and anyone in between. Speak respectfully. Smile when you talk. If you don't know how to smile when you talk, this is a gift you can give your kids. Because let me tell you, if you run a business or you hire people, you got two people sitting in front of you. One is smiling and happy and talking to you, and the other's like, well, yeah, I have experience in that. Who are you going to pick? The blob or the one that has energy and seems motivated and encouraged to get this job? Smiling is a gift if you learn how to do it when you talk. Call customer service agent. You know on the phone whether that person is in a good mood or not. Why? Because you can always hear a smile. Always. Teach your children to smile when they talk by smiling when you talk. Go in a mirror, practice. If you can't do it, if you're like, I can't do it. Practice. Practice makes better. Doesn't make perfect. Nobody's perfect. Time out for order. Cheers. Okay. Calm communication creates more calm communication. If you are yelling at your child, guess what they're doing? They're yelling back at you. And now you're in a screaming match or with your partner. And what gets accomplished? Nothing. Nothing ever gets accomplished by a screaming match. In fact, everything is made worse. Yes or yes? Yes. Screaming matches resolve nothing. It is merely more of that emotional reaction to a situation. Calm breeds calm. Calm breeds calm. So if you feel like you're getting heated, and we all know how that feels, we get sweaty, our chest beats harder. Maybe you get a headache. Maybe your stomach feels weird. You feel yourself escalating. Take a step back. Give everybody permission to walk away. Come back. Don't just walk away and ignore the situation. Walk away. Take a 3-minute timeout for you and think about a better way to react that is more productive and constructive. Calm, respectful communication. It should be thriving in your home. Choices. Choices can be done as correctly as they can be done incorrectly. What do I mean? Some people choice their children to death. Everything's a choice. No, there are things in life that are non-negotiable. I'll give you an example of another parent situation. A parent asked me, my child is two. Do I get balloons? Do I make that? No. Oh, yeah. See, confetti. Okay. My child is 2 and he runs off in a parking lot. And if I grab him, he has a tantrum. What should I do? So here's this child's choice and this mother's choice. Cry or die. Is that a choice? No. If your child's 2 and he's running in a parking lot, there's a very good chance that a car will run that child over. Would you rather a dead child or a child in your arms dealing with the fact that he can't get his way? Remember I said that exercise the disappointment muscle factor? That is not a choice. It is non-negotiable. You hold my hand, I carry you, you get in your stroller, whatever the situation is, but you cannot just do what you want in an uncontrolled, dangerous situation. That child is 2. Remind you again, 23 more years till a fully developed brain. It amazes me that parents will ask questions like that, but I understand it because there is so much information that is telling parents not to be mean to their child. Setting limits, boundaries, structure, rules, guidelines, encouragement, consequences is not mean. You are creating a smart, an intelligent, a confident, and alive child. Choices only happen when things are negotiable, not non-negotiable. You have to take a bath. You have to take a bath. It's not negotiable. If you don't bathe, you become the stinky kid. Nobody wants to be the stinky kid. So you take a bath. So what's a choice you can do in taking a bath if your child doesn't want to take a bath? You can say, honey, do you want bubbles in your bathtub or do you want just water and toys? When you take a bath, do you want the pink towel to dry off or do you want the princess towel to dry off? The bath is not the option. The towel is. Okay, we're not going to go into a whole choice lesson. We don't have time for that because we're running late. And we have another speaker. And I won't be able to talk for long after this. Okay. Choices are important. This is the whole system. You should have a system. Think about this for a minute. Because so many parents think like, I'm weak. I'm no good. If I can't parent my child by myself. Think about how you were parented. The way you were parented is the way you're probably going to parent because that's what you learned. When I ask parents why they yell at their children, because I'm on a personal mission to help 10 million parents stop yelling at their kids. And of course, the Day of Calm is to end anger and rage, this epidemic. If I ask parents why they yell at their children, I get two answers. For the most part, there's a couple others. But mostly I get number one answer, I know no other way. They were yelled at, their parents were yelled at, the whole world was yelled at. That's how they do it in their culture. Does that make it right? No. Do you need to learn a better way? Yes. Or you will never end the cycles, the generational cycles of dysfunction and abuse if you don't stand up and say, it starts with me. Put in the comments, it starts with me. I can stop. I can be a better mom, a better dad, a better nanny, a better teacher, a better caretaker. The second reason most people yell, and I will get this from probably 99% of parents and nannies and whatever other caretakers I talk to, is I ask them real nice. I start out very nicely. I use my manners. I ask them to do something. And then I ask them again. And then 5 minutes goes by and they don't ask. And I ask 5 times and they don't move until I start yelling. The problem actually in this scenario is not the yelling. The problem is you're asking your child 5 times to do the same thing. Stop asking. They're waiting for you to yell. You've trained them because when you yell, you're serious. You're not serious the other times. But if you have a situation and you've asked your child to do something the first time and they don't do it, and then you ask them again, there is a consequence. Don't keep asking. And you'll learn more about that in my 21 Days to Stop Yelling program at quityelling.com. Coupon code Day of Calm. You'll learn all of this because there are methods and ways to get control over your emotions so that you can in turn teach your child control over theirs. Recognizing their triggers. Triggers are across the board. For us, for grown-ups, for kids, we don't eat, we get cranky and irritable. We don't sleep, we get cranky and irritable. We get overwhelmed, we get cranky and irritable. We get thirsty, we get cranky and irritable. That is why it is so important to have water available to your children. Because when we humans dehydrate, the first thing to go is our brain. And our brain creates the mood and the irritability. And if you are planning things around triggers that are not met, including yours, you will have tantrums. You will have a miserable time because that child is hungry or thirsty or overwhelmed or needs a good nap. And maybe you do too. So recognize those triggers. There are so many factors to what goes into creating a system. You get a career, you go to school to learn about it. You want to be a lawyer, you go to law school. You want to be a doctor, you go to medical school. You want to be a truck driver, you go to truck driver school. You want to be a plumber, you go to plumbing school. Why? Everything has a system. Why do you think that the single most important responsibility in this world, raising another human into adulthood, can be done by flying by the seat of our pants? Why is that a thought? And it is a thought by many. I can do this. I was yelled at and I'm okay. Well, are you? Are you okay? Because you know what? You're not okay, because otherwise therapy would not be the multi-billion-dollar industry it is. We're making millions, billions, and billions of dollars that people are paying to recover from their childhood. And though those same people don't think they need to learn a better way, let me tell you, you come to this day, April 5th, the International Day of Calm. You come here at 9:45 a.m. in the morning Eastern time, or whatever time it is for you, with all the knowledge you have learned in the world packed into your brain, and something is still not going right. If it's still not going right and you have maxed out your knowledge, you need to learn more. There are systems for doing everything. We want to cook something, we find a recipe, a system. We want to build something, we find the directions to build it, a system. We want to go to the bathroom, a system. We don't pee through our pants. No, we take our pants off. We take off our underwear. We go potty. We put all that back. A system. You have a system for the way you personally bathe, what you do first, second, third. A system. Please, I encourage you and beg of you to put a parenting system in place that you're intentional with, that you're consistent. Little technical error there. It's okay. It's okay. If you need more, reach out to me. I want to pause here for a minute to see if there's any questions. Are there any questions? Do you guys have questions? I forgot to ask you to put them in the comments. But if you have a question, put it in the comment, and I'm happy to address them. I need a water break. It starts with me. I can be a better parent, Mom. Yes, Lillian, absolutely. And I'm cheering you on. Go, Lillian, go. I'm so proud of you. I'm already proud of you. Why? Because you made that decision. You made the decision that I can do better. You can. And you know what the beauty of it is? Your children, your family will help you. They want to be happier. They want more joy. If you are authentic with your child and say, you know what? I have to apologize for the times I've lost control and I've yelled and screamed. People think apologies are weakness. No, they're not weakness. They're recognizing something that you did not do intentionally that hurt someone else. And when you apologize, you give your children permission to apologize. Think about this. Everything you do, everything, good or not so good, you give your child permission to do. You don't just demonstrate it. Listen, you give them permission. If you're yelling and screaming, you're giving them permission to yell and scream. How do I stop my child from yelling and screaming? Stop yelling and screaming at them. Teach them how to communicate calmer. You spank them. You have now given them permission, not just demonstrated, you have actually given your child permission to hit. How many parents say, my child's hitting, so I spanked them? A little contradictory, wouldn't you say? Everything you do, great things you do, and not so great things do, you give your child permission to do. You talk to your child about being a better human, that you want to be better for them, you give them permission to be a better human. Isn't that wonderful? That's what it's about. Why did you have children? You're so welcome, Lillian. Why did you have children? Did you have children to beat them to a pulp? Did you have children so that they would also be ruined by a childhood that was full of abuse and aggression and anger? Do you know what happens to a child that grows up with anger and aggression? They grow up to hate themselves. Before my time ends, I want to tell you about a man. This man, this incredible person, this human did so many things for mankind. His whole focus was, what can I do for the world? He wore seatbelts. He wore seatbelts. He put airplane seatbelts into cars. He built the fastest ship on record, still in the World Book of World Records. He worked on Apollo missions to send men to the moon. He built seaplanes to put out land fires. This man did all of his life's work to serve mankind. And yet this man felt like he was mediocre. He was nothing. He would tell you up to the day he died, April 5th of 2020, when he turned 92, World War II veteran. Up to that day, he said anyone could have done what I did. He had no pride in what he did. None. Anyone could have done it. This man is my father. I honor this man with the International Day of Calm. And the reason he grew up hating himself is because he was physically and mentally abused as a child. They don't grow up hating you. They grow up hating themselves. And that's the truth. Do you want to raise a child who's proud of themselves, loves themselves, or a child that hates themselves? Okay, so we only have 10 minutes, but my friend Wendy is here. Wendy, I'm bringing you on stage. Oh, hi, Wendy. So,
Hi, Celia.
Wendy's here just to pop in because we were going to do this session together, but she lost her voice. And you know me, I can talk as long as I have a voice. I'm talking. So, Wendy, let me tell you about, thank you, Peg. Thanks for being here. Let me tell you about Wendy. Wendy, do you see this phenomenal human? Wendy is one of our international speakers. Why? Because she lives in Nigeria, a long way away from Baltimore, Maryland, where I am. We met how many years ago? I don't know how many years ago. 5. You can hold up fingers. I don't want you to strain your voice. 5 years ago. And we are always on the same page. We connected instantly, like the bond was formed. Wendy is the number 1 parenting coach in Africa. Let me repeat that. The number 1 parenting coach in Africa. And Africa has a very violent culture against children. And this woman single-handedly, and her team, and her people, and her supporters, and the parents she helped, has transformed thousands upon thousands upon thousands upon thousands of parents to realize that anger, rage, and abuse is not the way to raise a child. I am so grateful to have Wendy in my life, to team up with her on so many adventures, this being one of them. And I'm so sorry you lost your voice. But see, this is where calm comes in. Okay, so things go wrong. Things you didn't expect go wrong. Wendy was supposed to join me in this talk of over an hour, but she can't. Why? No voice. Do we get angry? Do we get upset? I'm like, oh, do we say bad things about each other? No. We give compassion and love and prayers of healing. I've been there. You know why? Because Wendy and I talk so much. This is the problem. We talk so much that eventually your voice needs a rest. And if you're not going to rest it, it's going to rest it for you. So, but I'm so glad Wendy made it here because I want you to be aware of her existence, how amazing she is, her hard-driven work to also impact many, many parents, to also teach a better way, to put a parenting system in place in the homes around this world. This is just a sample of 2 people that do this. There are lots of parenting coaches out there. What makes Wendy and I a little bit different? Because we're awesome. No. What makes us a little bit different is we also have parenting, real life parenting experience. I've been a parent of 41 years. 29 of them with a blended family. Hi, Billy. Wendy has been a parent for almost like 20 something years, right? And she's been through the adoption process. So something I haven't been through. And her own twins that she's raised. Do you know what these children do? I have to tell you what her children do. Oh, I gotta make sure we don't run late because I know Nick, you're in the background. They cook for her all the time. How old are they now? Of 12? 14. 14. But they didn't just start doing this. They've been doing this since like they were 8. They cook dinner, not just once in a while, every night. If you're thinking one day I want to be so successful that I have a chef, you gave birth to them. And you know what's great is they love it. You have taught them a skill, a life skill. You have given them responsibility. You're not just hovering, you're teaching them how to handle knives that they need, how to stir in ingredients. Math is part of recipes. So many benefits. But why did Wendy do that? Because Wendy was an intentional parent. She had a system. She had a plan. And she put that plan in motion and puts it in motion every single day of her children's lives. My kids are older. They range from 34 to 41. Doesn't mean I'm not still their parent. We have a plan. We continue. One of the plans of grandparenting is I don't interfere. They know what I do. They know I have award-winning books. Would you like to see my award-winning books? Raising Happy Toddlers just won the Mom's Choice Award in Spanish and English. Okay. They know I have that. Wendy's written a gazillion books. I'm not even sure I think I lost count. Like, she just came out with a new one about yelling. How many?
14.
A lot. Look her up. Go on Amazon. Wendy Olagi. A lot of books for everything you need. This is a manual. So get my manual so you can refer to it and get Wendy's in-depth books for specifics. Okay, that's the book promo. But the point is, we both had a system. As a grandparent, what I was saying is I don't just tell them what to do. I don't say, oh, I see a problem. And because I see a problem, let me chime in. I know better. No, they're the parents, not my place. I will chime in if asked. If I offer a question, like I want to know if they want help, I'll ask. But it is not my place to tell them how to parent their children. And if you have parents and they are nitpicking you and like, you should hit them, you should spank them. I have a friend who says he gets advice from his direct family all the time. Why isn't he spanking his daughter? Tell them why. Because hitting is not the way. Because no one deserves to be hit. Not you, not your child, not your parents, not your coworker. No one deserves to be hit. Okay, so I've got to end this up. Wendy, I love you. You know I love you. And thank you for coming in. And you can go back and rest. Don't talk. Follow Wendy Alogi. She is everywhere. She's on Instagram. She is the founder of the Intentional Parent Academy. All kinds of great programs. If you're in Nigeria or around there, better time-wise following Wendy than following me. But we team up. She has an international conference in July, usually around that time. We team up with that. Wendy, thank you for taking a break from your illness and just smiling. You look beautiful. I love you. I thank you for being here. And now I will let you go and get some rest. Bye, honey. Okay. Now let's move to our next speaker. Do we run a little video break before we bring Nick up on stage? Team.
Viewers all over the world, good morning. We are here at Brilliant Nazarene Primary School. Thank you so much for watching this show.
Hi, Nick.
Hey, how are you?
Great to see you. I'm so
Great to see
excited
you.
you're here.
I'm very
So-
calm to be here.
Oh, good. I'm glad. I know. I know. I just talked randomly for like an hour and a half. So, and I've had way too much coffee because I started in India this morning. That was our first thing. And that was at like 2 a.m. So it went
Well,
great.
that
It
is
was
different.
so awesome at the Kasturi Ram College for Higher Education. Wonderful, wonderful day. They did all this work towards the Day of Calm. So let's get started with your presentation. But first, if it's okay, I'd like to tell our viewers a little something about you.
Sure.
This is Nick Klingensmith. His program that he's going to tell you about today, his topic is Living Inspired. And he's an expert on this, embracing purpose, overcoming adversity, and finding belonging. Nick, a living testament to the power of resilience and determination. Despite facing cancer, multi-cancers, diabetes, addiction, and physical ailments, Nick has found redemption through obstacle course racing, completing over 100 Spartan races and numerous other endurance events. You see his medals in the background, and I think some are his wife's too, their team. As a former sales professional turned motivational speaker, Nick shares his raw and authentic journey, revealing his past struggles and transformative journey that followed. Nick, welcome to the International Day of Calm Summit. I'm excited you're here.
Celia, thank you so much. I'm excited. I am excited to be here.
I know.
And
you can be excited and calm.
well, let me tell you this. I have been very fortunate this week to engage with a great number of people. I've been on Zoom calls pretty much 24/7, and I had the opportunity to reconnect with some people that I went to college with at the University of Massachusetts, that I went to high school with at a boarding school called the Petty School in New Jersey, and even a friend of mine back where I went to grade school with. And the reason I bring that up is because as I was watching the video just now, it occurred to me just how much we take for granted our education that we have available to us in this country. And it's real easy for people to want to nitpick, and there are those who will demonize it. Everything can be improved, but I think we really just need to celebrate the fact that the kids can go to school, and that's not true everywhere else. So I was glad for that humbling reminder real fast, because I loved school. I did. And it's part of what made me who I am. And I'm going to tell my story in a moment here, but I always worked hard in school, and it taught me how to work hard. So as I was doing this, I was building mental resilience, and I didn't have a great home life. When I was in junior high, I didn't feel that great about myself. I didn't feel like I fit in, and I knew I wanted more for myself too. And so I found the boarding school to go to. I applied. I found the financial aid. I paid my way through college. These are things I wanted in my life. As a matter of fact, I just paid the last bill about a year and a half ago at 44 years old. So, and I don't regret any of it. And that's not necessarily saying that everybody has to do a traditional education throughout their whole life, but these things are available to us, and they're not available to everybody else. So that absolutely needs to be celebrated. And hopefully we can do some good work to help others around the world get to school.
I agree. And these kids, you can see their enthusiasm while they're living in a community of famine, AIDS epidemic. I told earlier, I don't know if you heard, but they just recently had one of their 6-year-old students brutally murdered in their own home. And this is what these children face every day. You saw the buildings, wood and roofs that have holes in them. Their desks are wooden, splinters. Their floors are mud, and jiggers is a huge problem there. And jiggers come up from mud into the foot. And they're kids without shoes. We take so much for granted. And if you can even help with $5, $1, $10 or more, you are helping one of those beautiful smiles get an education, grow, and thrive. Thank you, Nick, for saying that.
Well, I'm going to tell you a story now, and it's not going to start off calm, but I promise you it has a happy ending.
And that's all right. We're giving you the stage.
This story starts out in October of 2016 on a Friday afternoon when my boss walks in my office and he says, "Nick, I want to do a Spartan race and you're going to do it with me." And I looked at him and I thought, no, no, heck no. An 8 to 10 mile trail run with obstacles, that seemed absolutely torturous to me. But I went home that night, and that's when I discovered the problem. I already was that uncomfortable. I had achieved so much in my life. I had overcome so much of my life, and I'm going to talk about that in just a moment. And here I found myself wildly successful. I had a good job. I had just been promoted at work. I was dating a new girl that's my now wife. Money was good. I had a house. I had cars. I was managing my diabetes. I was 2 years sober, and I had just decisively beaten cancer for the 4th time. and I found myself stuck. I found myself suddenly paralyzed of losing everything that I had acquired in my life and everything that I had gone so far. And that fear runs deep. And as I think about it, and these are things that I'm now only able to talk about at this point in my life. I'm only at a point in my life now where I can tell you that I was a scared little kid. I never really gave this event enough credit growing up. But my parents divorced when I was 6 years old and my dad left. Now, I grew up on an island, okay? My childhood was not an after-school special. But when he left me with a woman, my mom, who had no capacity to care for me and who had no capacity to love. And so as a 6-year-old kid, you find out that you're on your own pretty quick. And about a year later, he gave me up to my dad. And that same night, we went to go live with his fiance and her 2 daughters. And by the morning, we were thrown out. So as a 7-year-old child, I was thrown out of 2 different homes by 2 different moms in one night. And you could pretend all you want that doesn't bother you. And trust me, I pretended for 40 years that didn't bother me. But I never knew just how much I grew up afraid that I wouldn't fit in, that I wouldn't be accepted, afraid that I was not good enough. And it compounds because then my dad, who's my best friend now, but at the time he was a guy who was going through recovery and was also trying to find his footing in his own life. And throughout that process, though, he was very short-tempered. I was often treated like a burden, and I was made to be afraid, and I was made to feel small. So this carried with me for a long time. Now, I know some people who grow up like this and they turn out to be people pleasers or perfectionists, and not me. I grew up the other way. I said, well, you know what? I don't need your love, and I'm going to do everything on my own. And I grew up to be this kind of gritty, wise-ass kid who built this armor around himself out of defense. And it served me well for a long time, especially as I went through life and the challenges began to happen. And the first one that I'm going to talk about now is that the first time I got cancer, I was scared. I found myself standing in the lobby of Foxwoods Casino in Connecticut at the end of a sales conference where I had taken the call, and I walked out into the hallway and I heard the words for the first time: "You have cancer." Now, if you haven't been touched by cancer before, all you might know is chemo and death. And that's all that I knew. And so hearing those words was tough, but saying them out loud was even harder. And my boss follows me out of the hallway, and I had to look at him and I had to say the words, "I have cancer." It was frightening. It was so frightening that I didn't want to tell anybody about it. I went home that night, and on the way I drove home and I called a couple of my friends, my very closest friends, to tell them what was going on. But I didn't want to tell anybody else because I didn't want anyone feeling sorry for me. I didn't want people asking me questions about it that I didn't know. And throughout this process, I isolated myself because I didn't want anyone to know that I was scared. And later that night, I found myself standing in my bathroom in the small little apartment in Milford, Massachusetts. And it was dead of winter. It was dark. And I'm staring in the mirror, and I did not like what I saw. Because staring back at me was a scared little kid. And he was red face and puffy eyes and tearing up, quivering. And he was begging God, why me? And I didn't like what I saw. And I got angry and I got defiant. And I looked at him and I said, screw you. That's right. Screw you. I am not a victim. I am nobody's victim. I am not going to be afraid. If you want me, come and take me. And I'm beating my chest, yelling at the top of my lungs, come and take this from me. My poor neighbors, they must have been so confused. But within hours of getting that first diagnosis, I became defiant. I was no longer that scared little kid. It was me versus cancer. And that's how I began to look at it. Now, it was thyroid cancer. And as far as cancers go, this might be the one you want. The prognosis is good. Treatment doesn't involve chemo. It doesn't involve radiation. It involves surgery and pills for the rest of my life, which as a 25-year-old was something hard for me to handle. And one of the worst things about it is this: there's no end game. All right. Once you've been touched by cancer, cancer is always a part of your life. It's never really gone. And that was extraordinarily hard for me to handle because now I'm going to have this thing around my neck, literally, for the rest of my life. But I did my best to move on. I moved to Florida, got a job, started a new career. And as a competitive beach volleyball player, I continued to play the sport that I loved. But over the next couple of years, life continued to happen. I tore my shoulder playing volleyball, and I had to have surgery. And as a result of that surgery, I have nerve damage. I was diagnosed with sleep apnea, and I've been wearing a CPAP ever since I was 26 years old. And then all of a sudden, I started losing weight. I was about 208 pounds in the fall of that year. And by January, I was 153 pounds. And I was soon diagnosed with type 1 diabetes and admitted to the admitted to the ICU as a type 1 diabetic with a blood sugar level of over 800 at just 27 years old. Now, I processed this about the same way that I processed cancer, which was at first, I felt sorry for myself. And I found myself sitting in a Walgreens, getting my first prescription of insulin filled, where I was holding back tears. I was weeping, and I was wondering, what is my life going to be like now? What am I going to have to give up? How am I going to get to live my life? I was so scared of what I might have to go through just to feel normal again. I felt like such a victim. And then I asked a question that I would soon regret, which is, haven't I had enough? Because just a few months later, I was diagnosed with cancer for the second time. Now, this time I didn't become defiant. I was exhausted. Those couple of years had really worn on me, and I just kept feeling like I'd had enough. I felt like the world just kept beating on me, and I just kept getting smaller and smaller, and I just wanted it to stop. And then I read Lance Armstrong's It's Not About the Bike. Now, I don't really care what you might think about him as an athlete or even as a human being. It was a good book, and it really helped me to get through a few things. But one of the takeaways from that book is when he questions how much did he have to actually do with his own illness. And I started questioning the same thing about me. Is it really me versus cancer? And I came to the conclusion that people don't beat cancer. Doctors beat cancer. Medicine beats cancer. God beats cancer. A little love and luck beats cancer. My job is to live. My job is to live my life as best as I can, as long as I can. And cancer is just going to have to come along for the ride. And so I tried to stop letting it have that same power and that same fear over me. And I went through the same procedures I did before, which was to have more surgery, take more pills, and continue to move on with my life. And for about a while I did, until a year later, my 25-year-old sister committed suicide. Now, when I was diagnosed with diabetes, I took it seriously. And one of the first things I did was I stopped drinking alcohol. However, when my sister died, I started drinking again. And what was once not a part of my life was now the main part of my life. And alcohol soon began to take over. Now, what you have to understand is that I wasn't a daily drinker. I didn't drink every day. I didn't get drunk every time I drank. And bad things didn't happen to me every time I got drunk. I didn't lose my job. I didn't lose my house. I didn't get arrested. I didn't get into accidents. I wasn't in the hospital. I had all these reasons that I could continue to lie to myself and tell myself that it wasn't a problem. But what you don't realize at the time is that your behavior becomes more and more selfish. Your actions become more and more reckless. And you don't realize that the people you are hurting, just because I was able to drink until 2, 3 o'clock in the morning and then get up and go to work at 6 o'clock didn't mean that I wasn't screwing over my employer by not being my best. If people were looking up to me for leadership and I'm coming in half hungover, I was doing them a disservice. You don't realize that all of my decisions were centered around alcohol. Halloween Horror Nights is about an hour and a half away from me at Universal Studios. And I am a huge geek for Halloween. And in 10 years of living here, I never went there because it never occurred to me that I could have gone there without drinking. And so as the booze continued to take over, what I hadn't realized is that I had been cultivating this victim mindset my entire life. I felt like the world was against me. And that's how I justified my activity. And that's how I justified my bad decisions. But the more that I drank, the more that people talked about me. And it came to a point where I was finally so tired of everybody else's gossip that I decided to stop drinking. Now, if you're hearing that right now, you're probably thinking, wow, that didn't work. And you're right. But let me tell you what happened next. The best thing happened. I was diagnosed with cancer for the third time. only this time was different. It was thyroid cancer again. It's still in the back of my neck. And spoiler alert, 10 years later, I still have the tumor. But at the time, they told me they couldn't operate on it. The location was too dangerous. There was too many other things to take. It wasn't a very aggressive cancer, so it wasn't worth the risk. Now, you would have thought that maybe I would have been frightened or frustrated or angry, but instead, I was relieved because now I had every excuse that I needed to drink, because who was going to mess with the guy who had inoperable cancer? And that's how I looked at it. And if you think about it for a minute, when I first got cancer, I didn't want to tell anybody, in part because I didn't want anyone feeling sorry for me. And here I was, just 8 years later, actively cultivating sympathy. But here's why it was a good thing, because it gave me every excuse that I needed to crawl down to the bottom of a bottle, and I found myself a bottom. It wasn't very long until I found myself blackout drunk on the floor of a Las Vegas hotel, surrounded by cops and security, and I was being told that I had to leave because I got in a fight. I had to wake. Now, I was not a violent drunk. I was life with a party drunk. So literally, they're telling me about a person I didn't even know who it was. And I hated this. I hated that here I was. They were talking about me and I didn't even know what happened. And I had to wake my poor girlfriend up and I had to spin some nonsense story to her about it wasn't her fault. And I was supposed, or it wasn't our fault. I was supposed to be the keynote speaker at our conference for work the next day. And instead, I wasn't allowed back in the hotel. It took us about 5 hours to find a place that night until we could finally go back to sleep, which I guess was probably early the next morning. And when my head hit the pillow, I had this one moment of lucidity where I said, I don't want to live this way anymore. And I went home the next day and I started a program of sobriety. And I called my dad, who's got 4 decades of sobriety. And I said, Dad, I've had enough. I'm quitting drinking. I'm going to join a program tomorrow and I'm going to get sober. And in the back of my head, for some reason, I was concerned and worried that he was going to be upset with me or disappointed or lecture me in some way. And instead, all he said was, oh, thank God, I've been saving you a seat. And I think about how hard it must have been for my dad all those years to watch me out there as an active alcoholic, making bad decisions, making dangerous decisions, getting worse and worse. And he never said anything about it because he knew that if he did, he would have pushed me out further. Instead, he did the best thing that he could do for me, which was he lived his best life. He was my sober role model. And when it got time for me to get sober, I wasn't scared. I was excited because I looked at him and I saw a guy who could go anywhere, do anything, have the most fun. He used to buy me rounds. We used to go shoot pool together. He could do anything in the world except drink alcohol. I wanted what he had, so I wasn't afraid. It was an easy decision. The first year of my sobriety went really well, and I was very excited about cleaning up the wreckage of my past, getting rid of some of those bad behaviors. And about a year after I got sober, my mom died. Now, we had a very fractured relationship. You could read about it in the book, or I don't know, just talk to me offline. But the thing that is important to understand is that I had been carrying this emotional baggage from a relationship with my mom my entire adult life. And if I had still been drinking when she died, I would have drank until I died. And it's not something I was afraid was going to happen. It's something I was almost planning on doing. And so cancer saved my life because cancer pushed me to my bottom and helped me to get sober at a time when I needed it the most. After my mom died, I spent that next year really confused and trying to figure out who I was. And you have to understand, that was the first major thing that had happened to me in my entire life, that I was sober and in touch with emotions other than anger. So it was a really hard processing thing for me. But after that second year of sobriety, that's when I got cancer for the 4th time. And this time was different again. It was in the back of my head. And I got conflicting answers from the doctors as to what type of cancer and what we were going to do about it. And it was scary because it was unknown. You know, if you had thyroid cancer, I feel like I'm an expert at that by now. But to have this other thing hanging around my neck, I kept telling myself, this is the one. I wasn't afraid I was going to die. I was convinced that I would, because you can only get cancer so many times and not die. And that's what I told myself every single day. I fed myself this negative loop that got me into despair. I was basically ready to give up, expecting bad things to happen. And you know what turned out? They took it out of my head, and that was it. No pills, no chemo, no radiation, no death, no follow-up. It was a simple surgery to take the cancer out of the back of my head, and I was able to move on with my life. Now, part of the story I didn't just mention, though, is that I do tend to have a process when these things happen. I sulk for a day, or I get really angry for a day, and then I don't want to be a victim anymore. And a couple days before surgery, I'm standing in front of the mirror. You're going to find there's a pattern here. I do my best talking to myself in front of a mirror. I'm standing in front of the bathroom mirror, and I am just so full of despair and all the unknown. And I'm like, am I going to get chemo? Am I going to get radiation? They're going to cut my head like their head. What am I going to do about my hair? Oh my God. And I thought back to all these things that I have control over and all the things that I don't. And I said, you know what? Molan Labe. My hair was going to come off one way or another. So I decided to take it off myself, and I shaved my head all the way off and took back that little piece of power that I had in my life. And that was the defiance that I needed to keep going. It was that small act of defiance that said, I'm not going to be a victim. And so I found myself with an all clear after the surgery, which I had never had at any of my cancer ventures. I had never had an all clear. And it was a clean slate. And I was very confused and very lost. And it was about that time that my boss walks in my office, introduces me to Spartan Race. Now, I don't know if anybody who is listening is familiar with the Spartan Race, but a Spartan Race is an obstacle course race. If you've heard of mud runs, it's like that, only longer, varying terrain, and with a bunch of tough obstacles, everything from climbing over walls, crawling under barbed wire, carrying heavy objects, climbing ropes, monkey bars, etc. Now, my first race experience was absolutely transformative. Okay, if you've seen the movie 300, or if you've seen Gladiator, right? When I walk up to the starting line that day and I'm looking over at the finish line and I'm seeing these people jump the fire, and they're just covered in dirt and grit and mud and blood and awesomeness, and I wanted to be one of them. I wasn't intimidated by it. I was inspired, because I said, look how tough I'm about to be. And when I'm out there in that first race, if you're listening right now, I want to ask you, and I want you to ask yourself, when was the last time you went outside and you played without being afraid of getting your pants dirty? Most people haven't done that since we were kids. And all of a sudden, I am out there in the woods, in the mud, running, bouncing off of trees, climbing over obstacles, getting dirty, just liberating, not me against the world anymore, but me in the world. And it truly redefined everything that I believed about myself, because I had painted this bubble around myself. And I said that I couldn't run because of my diabetes. I couldn't run because of my knees. I'm a bad person because I used to be a drunk. All these things, all these ugly narratives that I had told myself for so long. And suddenly, none of them were true. And I had this entire blank slate at 36 years old to live my life, like permission to start over. And I did. The next several months were transformative. Everything that I did was one baby step towards a better life. I started waking up early in the morning to work out before work, which gave me more time with my dog, more time to wake up and acclimate towards the day. I started going to bed at a regular time, and I gave myself the first regular sleep cycle I had ever had in my entire life. I wanted to feel better, so I started eating better. I wanted to get better physically, so I worked on recovery and stretching. I wanted to be mentally tougher, so I started focusing on meditation, and I was improving in mind, body, and spirit. And this was apparent in nowhere else more than the way other people treated me. I could see the reaction in them. And one person, even that used to work for me, even called me out, and he goes, "Man, you used to be kind of a dick. I like who you are now." And I laughed, and I was like, man, this is actually great. Like, I wasn't insulted. I liked the fact that I am progressing as a human being. I liked who I saw in the mirror. But that's when it hit me, literally, the second car accident. I was sitting at a red light, coming back from training on a Saturday morning, and all of a sudden a woman who was going full speed hit me from behind. Boom. Her car ricocheted right off my back, and she flipped through the air 4 times, like something out of the movies. My Jeep was badly dinged up. I got several herniated discs and nerve damage as a result of the accident. I went home that night, My cat of 12 years died, who was like my best friend. Then about 10 days later, the lady died. Now, all I was doing was sitting at a red light, but the last thing that happened to her was interacting with me. And that was really hard for me to handle. It was really hard, still really hard for me to handle. And I found myself lost again, lying on the couch, once again, feeling like a victim of the world. I didn't have a diagnosis on my nerve damage. I was so sad about my cat. It made me feel like I was such a bad person because even though, again, I was a victim of the accident, somebody else died as a result. And I wanted to give up, only I didn't know what that meant. And I asked myself, like, what am I going to do? I keep getting up and showering, eating breakfast, walking my dog and going to work. All right. I'm still meeting my responsibilities. You still take that next step. So giving up just meant, do I mentally want to stop trying? I don't know. But momentum started to take over. And even though I didn't have a diagnosis on my nerve damage yet, I put another race on the calendar. And I'm outside and I decided to start warming up, but I was flat. Like I just wasn't in it. My heart wasn't in it. And I kept thinking, oh, all these things that keep happening to me and all these things that everything is wrong. And I'm listening to this motivational speaker and he's talking about the victim mindset and being a survivor and yeah, you're so tough if you're a survivor. And I'm thinking about it and I'm like, no, I don't like my choices at all. There is no value in being a survivor. We're not here to survive and just hold on for dear life while we take a beating. We are here to thrive. And it occurred to me that at that moment, despite everything I had gone through and everything I had accomplished, I had not overcome my adversity. I had only survived it. And so I made a decision that I will not be defined by my adversity, but rather my triumph over it. And I threw a temper tantrum of biblical proportions. And I said, I am going to do things that I should not. I am going to do what diabetics should not. I'm going to run marathons. I am going to live every single day to stick the finger up at cancer. I am going to go out of my way to show that people who are dealing with addiction, that there is life beyond addiction and that there is ability to thrive in sobriety. And I found a purpose to my life. And in the next year and a half, I went on an absolute tear. That next year, I ran 27 races, including 5 Spartan trifectas, the Boston and Chicago marathons, and my very first ultra. Now, obstacle course racing isn't a hobby for me. It's a lifestyle. It's a lifestyle that challenged me to be the very best version of myself. And you have to understand that overcoming obstacles has nothing to do about physical activity. Overcoming an obstacle in life is the same process as overcoming an obstacle in a race. It's about education. It's about learning how to overcome the obstacle. It's about achievement. It's not about success. It's not about objections and the things that hold us back. It's about training our minds on how to overcome hard things. Overcoming obstacles is about developing skills and knowledge and experience. Overcoming obstacles is about overcoming mental blocks and excuses and fears. It's about discipline and consistency. It's about overcoming ourselves. Now, my year in 2018 cultivated with a Spartan Trifecta Championships. And what that meant is there was 3 races. My wife and I did them together in Sparta, in Greece. It was the coolest and toughest race I had ever done. It was grueling. And I was held together with duct tape after everything I had been through in order for us to survive. But now, since this is supposed to be the day of calm, here's a moment that I haven't shared with people yet. So the night before the race is when I proposed to my wife in front of the King Leonidas statue. But the day after the race, we hung out in Sparta for a couple days. And once the race leaves, this is not a tourist town. This is a sleepy little town on the side of a mountain in Greece. And we're sitting outside and I'm drinking my coffee. And Dikos, there's a breakfast that I was eating every day, like bread, feta cheese, tomatoes. It was amazing. But all of a sudden I had this feeling come over me. And it was something I don't think I had ever felt before. And it took me a minute for me to recognize what it was. And that feeling was serenity. I had achieved comfort. I had achieved calm because I was comfortable with who I was. I found that I was comfortable with the life that I was living. I was comfortable in my own skin, which is something I had never thought I would have before. So I spent the next 2 years working on my book, Through the Fire. And that was when I discovered my purpose. It hit me in a moment of epiphany, because the first version was a 125,000 word ego manifesto. It might as well have had Jake Gyllenhaal as a poster playing me. All right. The second version is where I had to get honest. And that's when I just cut and cut and cut until I finally started to see the patterns and the lessons of my own life. And I discovered my purpose. And my purpose is to overcome every obstacle and inspire others that they can too. And it's something that I now remind myself about on the daily. It is far more motivating than any paycheck, than any podium. But every challenge that comes to face me now, whether it be a physical challenge, metaphorical challenge, a life challenge, a work challenge, a financial challenge, I have an obligation, because my purpose is to overcome that obstacle and inspire others that they can too. It's like a game to me now. And that's how I look at it. It gave me this purpose for my life that gave me a resilience that I can take on anything. And I realized throughout that process now that not only have I overcome my adversity, but that I can overcome any adversity. Your why is your everything. It doesn't matter what you're doing. What matters is why you're doing it. When you're able to connect your purpose and your passion to what you're doing, you can achieve anything. I love it when I tell some of these stories about how I broke my rib during a race, and I get injured and I jump over fire, and there's people shaking their heads and saying I couldn't do that. If your kids were on the other side of that fire, I guarantee that you could. Your why is your everything. I am not motivated ever. I'm purpose driven. I have a purpose, and I am willing to endure, and I am able to endure a lot in order to get there. Now, the thing about purpose is this. My purpose is not the same as it was when I was 7 years old. All right. I have finally accepted the fact that I'm not going to be the starting second baseman for the Boston Red Sox. There's an evolution of purpose. Whether or not I be a speaker forever, that is my job. That is not my purpose. My purpose is to overcome every obstacle and inspire others as they can too. I might find a different vehicle to do that. So have to be okay with the evolution of purpose, or otherwise we found ourselves stuck, like I was on the couch in 2016, where I had achieved some stuff in life and I didn't know what to do anymore. One of the things that allows me to be resilient is the fact that I embrace community. Everyone needs a wolf pack. Everyone needs a tribe. I grew up my whole life with this victim mentality that I had used to create this armor around me, and I isolated myself from others. And candidly, that helped me to excel through a great portion of my life. However, there came a point where it was poisonous and it was no longer helpful to me. And I looked at other people like the enemy instead of somebody else that I can help and can be helped. But the fact is, nobody does this alone. We would have never survived this long by ourselves. We need other people. We need human connection. We need interaction. That's why it's called a community. And I'll be candid, the race community is the most incredible group of human beings I have ever met in my life. It's a safe space out on the race course. Nobody cares about your politics out there. Nobody cares about the things that divide us. It's about what unites us as human beings, and we can learn from one another and support one another, encourage one another. And the thing is, it's a self-renewing energy. The more that you give, the more inspiration and motivation, the more that you care towards others, is a self-renewing energy, and it keeps coming back to you. Everyone needs a wolf pack. Everyone needs a tribe. And throughout that process, you can start chipping away at your ego. I no longer have to pretend that I am the toughest kid on the block. I never have to pretend anymore that I am the best at anything. In fact, I get to be a student all over again. And that is one of the beautiful things about embracing vulnerability is, as I talk about my fears, they lose power over me. And as I talk about my fears, it helps other people to overcome their fears. There is almost nothing in the world that somebody is going through right now that somebody else has not already experienced. And we can help one another by sharing these human experiences that we all go through. Resilience thrives when there is a deep sense of purpose. Resilience thrives when there is a deep sense of community. When we feel a belonging to something, part of something bigger than ourselves, we have powers that are limitless. Which leads me to this. Living inspired means this. Inspiration is everywhere. You just have to open your eyes for it. I wasn't kidding about the fact that I broke my rib during a race once. It was mile 3 of an 8-mile race. And I finished that race. Now, you have to understand, I am not an elite athlete. There is nothing I can do that you can't, all right? I'm not going to win these things. But when I finished the race that day, you know, and I look back and I see the humanity and the inspiration out on the course, I see racers helping other racers. I see the overweight athlete beating that 8-foot wall for the first time. I see the adaptive athletes showing us what mental toughness really is. And when I finished the race that day, it also occurred to me that I am not that scared little kid anymore. And so throughout this process, I believe that inspiration is everywhere. If you want to be inspired, live inspired. Inspire yourself. Do something inspiring. And it doesn't have to be massive. Do something that you don't think that you can do. Take a few steps. Do that walk. Drink that water. Go run a mile. Read a book. Just do something that you don't think you're capable of, because nothing inspires progress like progress. Inspiration is everywhere. We just have to be willing to look for it. Now, that said, I can keep going here, Celia, but I figured I'd carve some time like we talked about. You're muted.
Okay, here I am. Nick, that was inspiring, energizing, calming, all the I every time I listen to your story, and we started because you were on my podcast, it just, there's like more and more things that you take, forming your tribe, you know, being there and knowing that everybody that's experiencing something, there's someone that's experienced it. And that's the point of being true and honest and sharing your story, because there's a lot of people out there suffering, and they're suffering alone, and they think they're alone.
Now,
And
when I
it's
wrote
simply not true.
I was going to say, when I wrote my book, I wrote it for me, but I published it for the person who might need it. I had no idea if anybody in the world would ever see it. I just hoped that if it was somebody who needed it, they would find it. And as it turns out, a lot of people needed it. And the cool thing about it, though, is when they reached out to me and told me their story. And that's the humbling part. It's almost like if I didn't have the worst cancer, I didn't want to talk about it. Right? Like, why do I have to be special? Why do I have to be unique? This terminal uniqueness is what separates us. I just want to be another guy in the bus. And stories like mine are a dime a dozen in the world that I keep. Normal people don't find a way to this. We find our way to these things when we need to change, when we need to step into some sort of adversity and we don't know what it is. And we find this power within ourselves, again, oftentimes in community. And it is so great to know I'm not the only one going through something. I'm not at a point in my life anymore where I need someone to validate my problems. I want them to validate my solutions. I just want to know that, you know, I don't need 10 people giving me sympathy. I don't want anybody giving me sympathy. As a matter of fact, I just want to see someone else doing awesome stuff with their life. And then I look at it and say, well, so can I.
And that's part of what we do, is help people to learn personal responsibility, to stop making excuses and blaming and saying, well, I can't do this because. I can't do this because. And for your journey, like, as you heal, something else will get you. That was like, got hit by a car, you got diabetes, you got another cancer, you got, like, boom, boom, boom. Easy for someone to say, you know what? Okay, I get the message, but you didn't. You just kept going.
Now, one of the things I talk about with, like, some of my clients too, is that there is a process to building resilience. And for me, that first part, it comes about what is your purpose? All right. It might be cliche. I don't care. I'm purpose driven. You have to know what you're fighting for. That's number one. But number two is acceptance. And to keeping the theme with International Day of Calm here, if you're begging for it to stop, you will never find calm. Accepting that life happens, it doesn't discriminate, and it will keep happening. It will never, ever stop. Adversity will not leave our lives. Bad things will not stop happening. Challenges will not stop happening. That's not meant to be discouraging, because once you accept that, it loses its power over you. It's when we're dreading these things that we let them ruin our lives. But these things are going to happen, period. So if we want to be calm, we accept our starting line. We accept that life happens, instead of, enjoy the good moments when we have them, prepare for the other moments when we can, take them as they come, move one step at a time, and keep moving forward. But we have to accept it. And that is key. Otherwise, you are always living in chaos. You're always living in fight or flight mode. You're never calm. And here's the thing. I lived like that for a very long time. And it made me successful too, because I had a lot of emotional intensity. But you know what? I'll be candid. At the same time, it fractured relationships. I was a good leader. I was not a great leader, because my emotional intensity would rub others wrong. And it should have. I was not being a servant-based leader at the time. I was never calm. I was never comfortable with who I am. I sought validation from bosses, from peers, and other sorts of ways. And none of these things are ever going to allow you to be who you are. And I think that's part of what this is. Controlled adversity. I had to go through hell to get out. I had to go through the fire to get out. And I'm just able to take things differently now, because I don't spend the time throwing a temper tantrum wishing that it wasn't happening. It's more like, all right, this is happening. What do we need to do? What does the end goal look like? How do we get there? And you know what? Oftentimes, and this is actually, again, as I share with some of my guys coaching, I don't have to have all the answers, because I have a community and I can reach out to that community. And one of the craziest things about now being new to a different space is that my networking is like, that's all I do. And the amount of people who will go out of their way to help you, people who are technically strangers, people who are technically competitors, like, they all share this abundant mindset. They don't need to keep the information to themselves, because a rising tide, all ships. There's so much positivity out there. And also, as I'm going through like my LinkedIn network and stuff like that, as I'm pinging people and looking at network, there was a time where if somebody gave me a negative or snarky response where I would have taken it very personal, I don't need them in my network. I look and I say, we've been connected 6 years. We've never engaged. They don't post stuff. We don't talk. Yeah, there's no value here. Cool. All right, you can go be a jerk somewhere else. And I'm calm, because I don't need to make those change. I can't change other people, and I don't need to. People can change if they want to change. And so I just want to be like my dad was to me, a beacon for others who might need to see that there's a better way and then it can work.
I love that. And what I spoke about before you is having a system in place as a parent. And when you sit and listen to your journey and how you healed and moved forward, you had a system. You even spoke of it step by step. I did this first. I did this first. There are systems, and it's important to evaluate. I teach my parents and relationship clients, when they want to, when they're feeling heated, they need to take a break. And I teach them an acronym called PEPA, like Peppa Pig, but missing a P. And the first P is to pause. The E is to evaluate. The third P is to plan. And the fourth letter, E, Peppa, A, is to act. So PEPA, plan, evaluate, wrong. Pause, evaluate, plan, act. I wrote this. You think I know it. I say it a million times. Pause, evaluate, plan, act. And that is what you were saying to do when adversity hits. Like, think of a plan to approach it in a more constructive and productive way.
I'll tell you, the meditation that I do, the greatest impact it's had on my life, besides helping my really stupid low resting heart rate, is it's creating that pause. Because most people, and I don't usually make declarative statements like this, but I'm going to. Most people, they don't pause, they react. And we have to understand something, right? Human nature is, and I mean, like, we are preconditioned to find safe ground. we are preconditioned to find the path of least resistance. So when we see hardship or challenge, recoiling away from that challenge and resisting it is natural to us by fight or flight. When we work on that pause, it gives me sometimes a millisecond, sometimes a minute to look at things a little bit, to look at things differently. And then I don't have to react to everything. And that's the biggest change in my life. Is I'm not saying I'm perfect. I still react. I'm still human, right? But I don't have to react to everything. And, even had an issue this week with some health insurance, which is a fairly potentially catastrophic issue for me. However, I'm looking at it. I got a packed couple of days. I wanted to keep a good mind space for this, right? The old Nick would have dropped what he was doing, got people on the phone, overpowered them until I either got my way or blocked. And even if I got my way, it would have exhausted me and I wouldn't be able to be my best self and help others today. So I realized I had to pause. I also had to accept that I'm going up against the man. So the likelihood of me winning is going to be very small. Not saying I'm not going to try, because I am responsible for the outcome, but I'm responsible for the effort and I'm not responsible for the outcome. And so that paused me a little bit, because I also realized, there's I love using examples of obstacles. Okay. So if somebody's doing the monkey bar obstacle in Spartan Race, which is like monkey bars that you would see in the playground, only they're thicker, so you can't get your whole hand around it. They're unevenly spaced, they're usually greased, etc. Well, what a lot of people do that wrong is they're going through it and then they start to lose momentum. Okay. And they go to reach for a bar that they don't quite have the momentum for. And then, of course, they slip right off. They're not committing to it. They're afraid to actually reach beyond their comfort zone. That fear causes them to fail. That pause reminds you to make the commitment for the next action that you're about to take, to rationalize your fear, to take that extra step. And I liked how you said evaluate at that point too, because not for nothing, I paused with them. I've been evaluating in my head what my potential options are. What was the one after?
Plan. Make a plan.
All right. So I'm evaluating my options. I already have the plan in my head of the 3 steps I'm going to take. Right. And then, and then I'm going to act. Now, I think another area where some people get tripped up is they think that's a static steps. Well, that's great. If we can resolve all the world's issues in 4 steps and we're on to something, chances are, though, there's going to be an aspect of rinse, wash, repeat. So I'm going to go through that. I'm going to act. I'm likely to hit a brick wall. And then I'm going to have to go back. I'm going to pause so I don't let it ruin everything else in my life. I'm going to then evaluate my options. Wait, hold on. Evaluate. What was the other E again?
Plan.
HEPA.
It's all right. All right.
Yeah, so that I'm going to plan out the next action. I'm going to act, and I'm going to keep going through there until ultimately I reach a result.
Correct.
And even if it's a result I don't like, the thing again, these things don't exist in a vacuum. I can then reevaluate. I can take a long pause. I can kick the can down the road for 6 weeks once I hit that safe ground and say, how can I improve the situation? I posted a video this morning and I talk about this all the time. There's a big difference between failing and quitting. Just because you fail doesn't make you a failure, but if
Correct.
You quit, it does. And that's the X factor. You can fall short and keep going and keep trying. And that applies in so many different ways. And, I'll talk about my dad since we're talking about parenting and stuff. If he had ever quit when he was a failure, he wouldn't be the guy that I talk about today.
And in reality, people always think, like, if I was to quickly ask somebody, what's the opposite of success? They would say failure. In truth, failure is not at all the opposite of success. It's on the road to success. People don't reach success without failures, without mistakes. And they're so harsh on themselves because, oh, this didn't work out. When it's like, just look at what you did and reevaluate. It's a great lesson for children. It's a great lesson for yourselves. And as far as PEPA goes, if you think PEPA, you've already paused. If the word PEPA comes into your head, you just paused. You did the first part. And
I would challenge. Sorry.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, I would challenge people on something too, because failure is a cop-out. I failed. Did you fail? or did you quit? Because they don't want to admit that they gave up. It's one thing to say I fell short, right? Failure, if we fail, it might be because we didn't prepare. It might be because of things outside our control. Who knows? But more often than not, we're not talking about things in a vacuum. We're not talking about things you get one chance at. How many entrepreneurs out there say they failed as an entrepreneur? No, you didn't. You quit. You quit. You're a quitter. And the reason it's so important and why I'm so passionate when I pound that in there is because you can make that choice over again. You could say, I'm not going to be a quitter anymore. And that's it. That one choice. And you can make that decision as many times as you need to get it right.
And that is the truth. The only way it will absolutely not work out and you will be done with that is if you decide to stop doing it.
Absolutely.
You drop the consistency and you drop evaluating and you just get frustrated and you walk away. It's never going to work out if you walk away.
And I think that we don't give enough credit to the effort. There's value in the effort. I fail most of my goals, most of them. Every one of these races, there's 150 medals behind me. I probably achieved the goal I wanted in 5 of them. I set really big goals. I'm 1,000 times better than I was 10 years ago. I'm 1,000 times better than I was a week ago. And I'm going to, even if I fail to achieve my goals, I'm not a failure at anything. And I'm going to keep setting big goals. I'm going to keep trying things because there's value in the effort. And that's how we improve. That's how we learn. That's how I have the ability to be calm. Because again, I'm self-assured on what I'm going for and how I'm going there for.
Absolutely. And it's a lesson to parents because so many parents like grades, get A's, get A's, get A's, get A's. When the biggest life skill, is it a skill? I guess it is a skill, is to just encourage your children and yourself to always do your best. And if you always do your best, truly do your best, the outcome's irrelevant. It means nothing. If you did your best and you got this result or you got this grade and that wasn't what you wanted, let's see what we did. What can we do different to get a different result? Well, Nick, I'm so glad you were here. You are such an inspiration and your story is nothing short of empowering and exhilarating. And I really appreciate it. I so appreciate it. Would you tell our watchers, our listeners, the name of your book again, please?
The book is called Through the Fire, the story of the 4-time cancer survivor, type 1 diabetic, and recovering alcoholic who became an obstacle course racer and defied it all. It is available on Amazon, Kindle, and I've got signed copies if anyone wants us to reach out.
There you go. Please reach out. And he is the founder of StrideMotivation.com. And it's on your screen. Well, thank you, Nick. I appreciate you being here. You have absolutely made a difference in this conference, in teaching people and helping people to create calm in their lives. I'm so grateful.
Thank you for having me, Celia.
You're welcome. And I hope you have a really fun day because you can have fun and be calm. People forget that.
Yes, you can.
Thank you for being here. So, okay, another great speaker, and we have another great one coming up. But I think we're going to take a break right now, and I want to make sure we're ready to take a break because I think we all need to move a little bit. Are we ready? Are we ready, amazing humans? In the back. Oh, here we go. Turn up your music so you can hear this. Can you hear this? And let's get up and dance. Get up. Move. Get up. Yeah, great. Are you dancing?
sana, ahunga, ahunga sana, ahunga, ahunga sana, ahunga, ahunga sana.
Okay. It's a great video, right? And great music. And I hope you got up and danced and stretched your body and relaxed a little bit. Dancing is also calming. Music is calming. There are so many calming ways. Wait, my desk is too high. Hold on, I'm coming down. Okay. So thrilled for that little break. Amazing video. You can watch it again and listen at our website at dayofcalm.org. Wonderful video. Well, I have the absolute honor to introduce a dear friend of mine, a gentleman that I met a little over a year ago who has continued to inspire me, continued to amaze me with the definition of work ethic, like what Nick and I just spoke about, that will to keep doing your best. Nobody exemplifies it like this man does. And I'd like to introduce you to Saurav Atri. Hi, Saurav. So Saurav comes to us from Singapore. Are you in Singapore today? Yes. And I want to tell you a little bit about him before he starts his talk about silence. His topic today is unveiling the art of silence and deep listening. And I love this because I'm all about being a good listener. Because why? The best listeners are the best communicators. Saurav Atri is a global leader in learning and human performance with over 2 decades of experience across industries. Currently serving as the Director of Global Learning at Manulife, Saurav drives organizational development for 34,000 employees worldwide, focusing on transformative initiatives like generative AI and agile methodologies. Saurav's mission is to facilitate purposeful learning and growth, leveraging his expertise to propel individuals and businesses towards success. Saurav, I'm thrilled to have you here. Can you hear? Well, I don't know if we can hear you.
Yes.
Oh, we can hear you. Oh, good. Good. So we're going to talk about silence and deep listening today. And you're being silent. I'm not that quick. I just caught on. Yes, so we're being silent. So maybe we should be silent. Can we have a moment of silence? Reflect, think, close your eyes if you want. Let's be silent for a moment before Saurav gets started.
Anupam, if you can share my screen, that would be great. Oops. Let me share a different screen first. All right, everyone, this will be an interesting experience that we'll go through shortly. And this should open up a whole new way of looking at life. So let's experience this together. Hello, everyone. My name is Saurav Atre, and I'm excited to be sharing this perspective with you about silence and deep listening. And for that, we will cover three things today, Celia, in partnership with you. First is the art and science of silence. Second, the art and science of listening, and especially deep listening. And third, how do we listen to the silence around us and embrace it to create a thriving mind, a thriving heart, and a thriving life? Celia, I'd love to invite you back into the conversation here and just ask you, as you were reading through this, what was going through your mind as you were going through that conversation that was happening on screen with you?
I think the thing I find interesting with silence is that you always hear things. You hear your own body, you hear your heartbeat, you hear the sounds around you that are not like strong sounds, but environmental sounds, it all the things that you don't notice every day because there's so much noise and so much chaos, you start to notice.
Absolutely. And that's what I want to pause and reflect on today is the various sounds we hear, both external as well as internal. As we embrace this powerful movement, Celia, you've started called the Day of Calm. Calmness comes from silence first. If we can understand the science of silence and the art of silence, we can truly embrace calmness in our lives, isn't it? We all want to seek that. Who here doesn't want to have calmness in their life, isn't it? And to get to that outcome of calmness, you need to start with the foundation of silence and master this art and science. So let's dig deeper into this world, if I may, Celia. And again, I'll engage with you in this conversation because, like I said, transformation happens through a conversation, not a presentation.
Absolutely.
So, what I'll start with first is that I will remove L from silence and make it science. I've added the copyright C there. The science of silence. That's what we'll start off with. Yes. Let me start with sort of talking about what does silence create in our lives. Starting with what I called neurological harmony. Silence essentially has been scientifically proven to stimulate our brain growth. How interesting is that? Particularly, there's a small organ in the middle of our brain called the hippocampus, which is our ability, which facilitates our ability to learn, to reflect, to grow. And essentially, what this does for us, silence helps us grow those parts of our brain. So I would say, understand that periods of silence can enhance neurogenesis, which leads to improving our cognitive function. So silence is very powerful. The second aspect of silence and why silence is important, I'll start with the why first here, is the importance of it becoming a reflective balance in your life. So what does that really mean? Stress reduction. If you engage in periods of silence, that can significantly lower your blood pressure and cortisol levels, reducing stress ultimately. And the absence of noise pollution around you triggers what I call a relaxation response in your body. And that ultimately leads to what I call a reflective balance. Very powerful way of looking at silence. The third way is it creates space for us to do deep listening, which is the second topic we'll uncover today as well. So three things is if we are able to master silence, both internal and external, we can create creative exploration, reflective balance, and deep listening. Also, that's the second part, right? Next, here's what I say, is this word called mindful. Now, Celia, I may pull you back into the conversation here. When you think about the word mind, let me ask you, what can the mind be full of?
Mind is full of thoughts, full of past thoughts, current thoughts,
So,
the ability to learn new thoughts.
absolutely.
It's
And
full
that's
of
what
growth.
and that's important to think about this. If your mind is full of thoughts, let me ask you, when we all think, when we're thinking, it's like an internal dialogue that is we are having with ourselves. So there's no silence there. There's a lot of conversation that's going on there. When you're thinking, what happens to all your other senses? Say your eyes, your ears, your touch, your taste. When you're thinking, where do you look, Celia?
Up. You
Up,
you
left, right,
you
isn't it?
look right.
And
They're
that's why
all
I say,
connected to the thoughts.
and that's why I say, when your mind is full of thoughts, then there is no silence, isn't it? There is no silence. So here's what I would do. I would remove the word L from mindful also, because if the mind is full, then how can we be present in the moment, isn't it? So that's why to become mindful in its true sense, we have to reduce the thoughts from our brain and be in the moment. That means we need to shut down the chatter, become internally silent so we can be in the moment and present with everything that's around us. So, what if we redefine this word? Because the word mindful, the new word is an oxymoron because mind can only be full of thoughts. So, what if we create mindlessness? Just mindlessness. No thoughts, no internal chatter. Just let that filter away and be in the moment with everything around us. That is the first step of reaching a state of calmness, is mindlessness. Yes. If you think deeply about that concept. Now, the big question is, how do we achieve this state of mindlessness where mind is not full of crazy thoughts, stressful thoughts, negative thoughts, repetitive thoughts? Because that is where there's a lot of noise that's happening in our brains. For us to reach a state of calmness, we need to have to reduce that noise through clarity. And that's what today we'll unpack a little bit more. So let's dig deeper into this world. I say, if you think about what different apparatus do we listen from, what would you say? What is a listening apparatus, Celia, for you?
Uh, computers,
Computers. What else?
television,
Television.
music sources,
Sources. Headphones.
audible books.
Speakers, audible. But for ourselves as human beings, how do we listen? What organ do we use to listen?
Our ears,
Yes. And that's
our
what I want
eyes,
us to think about this. Yes. And that's the key you're catching on to now, Celia. So I say,
and I like to add our heart.
absolutely. So I would break this up deeper to Celia's point. We think, we listen from our ears. But that's only one organ. Ultimately, it all goes into our brain and process information there. So I say, what about our other five senses? We listen from every aspect of it, because all of that is in all of these are information gathering apparatus. Our ears capture the sound, but ultimately that sound is useless. And what we tend to do is we tend to add meaning to that sound. The meaning gets refined when we start adding newer information like the sight, the smell, the tongue, the taste. And then we start to attach meaning to that sound. So, for example, you are just sitting down and you see a hissing sound near you, a hissing sound. So instantly, what you do, you look. Why? Because you don't recognize, you have a faint idea what that sound is, you want confirmation. And you look at through your senses of eyes to confirm whether it's a mosquito or is it a snake, isn't it? And that adds meaning to that information you've gathered through ears. So, and that's why I say we tend to think silence and listening comes from our ears. Silence and listening comes from our brain, where it captures all this information together to create meaning in it. And that's why I say 55% of communication is non-verbal body language. That's also a lot of listening happening there. Memory, we remember smells from the past, and that also adds meaning to the sounds we're hearing. 5 levels of listening is what we'll talk more about that. We'll talk about listening deeply. We'll talk about the 5 levels of listening deeply. How do we master 5 levels to become experts in both silence and listening on the other side? Third is taste buds. Tell a story too. How to make sense of that story is what we'll talk about. How to listen to the taste. Finally, listen to the touch. How do we observe the shifts that are happening out there? And we'll talk a lot more deeper in these areas. But this starts to unpack what I call the 5 levels of listening first. Yeah, let's talk about silence, and then we talk about this. Silence. If you think about silence and the power of silence, if you haven't done this activity before, I would encourage you to try this activity. Find any person you know, or rather, find any person you don't know also. Yes? And try out looking at that person and not saying a word for 2.5 minutes. Just sit in silence, looking at each other without saying a word. I promise you, by the end of that 2.5 minutes, something profound is going to happen for you if you give it a try. 2 things might happen. Either tears will roll down your eyes, or your heart will be filled up with so much of joy, it will be profound for you to experience it. The challenge that we all have is we have stopped getting used to silence. And because of it, we are living in a chaotic world. To truly embrace the day of calm, we need to truly embrace the ability to stay silent. And I would start to challenge each one of you. Take a timer around you if you can find one, and then put it on a timer and see how long can you stay silent with somebody else. Not in your thoughts, not distracted, but being in the moment with that person. And that's why I want you to do this exercise with a human being, because when they're sitting in front of you, then you're paying attention to them. Don't let your eyes get distracted. Listen with your eyes. You know, the Greek philosopher Epictetus, who said, God has given you 2 ears and 1 mouth so that we can listen more and talk less. But I say God has given you 2 eyes also, no? So should we see more? And that's why I say try to listen with your eyes in that conversation with that person, and you start to see something profound happen. The more we start getting comfortable with silence, the more we start taking a step towards calmness. And that's why we should teach this to our kids also. The ability to sit in calmness and not be fidgety all around. Because the world wants you to be fidgety. Notifications, next reels, this and that. The world wants you to get busy with it. It's only when we pause and embrace silence we can truly overcome this crazy, mad world we're living in right now. It is. Everybody wants your attention, isn't it? That's what this is about. Attention. So let's look at the 5 levels of listening. So let's talk about this concept. How do you master listening? So I say there are 5 levels of listening we embrace. Typically, we are stuck at 1 or 2 levels. People who are highly empathetic can go to level 3 and 4. But 5 levels requires a lot of mastery. So let's start with 5 levels of listening. So I would do a simple exercise with you, and so others can also learn freely in this conversation. So I would tell you a story, and I would love for you to sort of ask me questions or share insights from level 1 listening. What is level 1 listening? Level 1 listening is when you're listening to our own internal voice, where we are focused on what my thoughts are saying, what my stories are, what my examples are, and then we make a comment based on that or ask a question based on that. So let me tell you a story, and I would like you to embrace level 1 listening. So, Celia, the other day, my neighbor was really unwell. and say you're my manager and you've asked me to submit a report, and now I'm telling you why I was not able to submit my report to you. Yeah. I'm so sorry I couldn't submit the report to you. My neighbor was really unwell. I had to take him to the hospital, and it was tough, and I just wasn't able to sort of, get working on that report and submit it to you. When I'm saying this statement to you, Celia, say you're my manager, at the internal listening perspective, what would you ask me or what would you tell me?
Why did you wait for the last minute to do the report?
Exactly, right. So all I'm thinking about in level 1 listening is what's in it for me. You did not submit the report. Why did you wait for the last minute, right? Absolutely, that's level 1 when you're only focused on your own internal thoughts and what's in it for you. Yes. Let's move to level 2 listening, where you're listening for selectively to what I'm saying also out there. So internal is only to your own thoughts. You get about what, why do you do this? Now you're listening to me a little bit and selective listening for things you want to hear. So it was tough. I did start the project a couple of weeks earlier, Celia, and I was able to do it halfway through. But then, he had to be rushed to the hospital. I had to take him there, and there was no other way. I was fully engrossed in that. I couldn't even call somebody else to ask for help. So I'm so sorry, but I will work on this and submit to you next week. So selective listening. How would you ask a question or respond back to me on selective listening?
I'm so sorry that happened. Is he doing okay?
Yeah, is he doing okay? You're sort of checking in on me. Is he doing okay? And then next you'll ask me, is okay, can I offer you help? Can I give somebody else come and help you out? Or people typically do this also. Yeah, does he have COVID? Yeah, COVID is spreading across. My neighbor was also unwell. He also had to go through these tough times. Really tough times these days. See what happened here? Is I was telling you a story. You listened to my story selectively, and then you brought your story back. So it's like playing poker. You have a hand, I have a bigger hand. Let me share it back with you. Most of the world is obsessed or stuck at this second level of listening, where they hear somebody's story and then they want to impose their story at them. Let me tell you my story. If you think about this visually, it's like going to a movie theater, somebody else's movie is running. So no, come, I'll take you to my movie theater. And they pull you pull them into your movie. Let me tell you what's happening in my brain, my mind, isn't it? Selective listening. Let's go to step number 3, which is focused listening. We're going to deep listening now. Huh? This is now going deeper. These concepts we may or may not have heard in the past. So let's try to embrace it and try to understand what does that mean for me. Focused listening. So see, that was a little tough for me. I couldn't. He's doing fine now, but he wasn't at that point in time. It was very tough, and I was not able to manage it. I literally had to call my wife and my friends as well to support out, and we all had to sort of take him to the hospital. It was a tough night, but like I said, I'll sort of work on this project this week, and I'll send it over to you by next Friday. Focused listening. What would you say?
I would say that I see you went through a pretty big deal with your neighbor. I'm sorry he's so sick. How can I help you? What do you need from me?
Beautiful. Now you're listening for what the person is saying, and you're listening for what the person is not saying. Also, very powerful. That's focused listening. You're paying attention to the words. You're paying attention to the gestures, the tone of voice. This is where we start to become a little bit more empathetic. I call this empathetic listening at level 3. Now, what are we focused on? We're focused on that person's story. We're focused on how can I become a support person for that individual, isn't it? So absolutely spot on there. So difference is internal listening is only my thoughts. I don't care what's happening in your world. I have my agenda. I'm going to push my agenda over to you, whatever your world is happening. Selective listening is I'm only going to listen to things that I want. It makes sense to me. What's important for me. Rest, I will exclude out. Yeah. Focused listening is now you're putting yourself in that person's shoes to see, yep, that person is going through some tough time. This is where empathetic listening goes. Let's go to level 4. Global listening. So thank you for your help, Celia. I'm doing better now, and I should be able to resume work and sort of share back the project back with you. So it may take me a week. I may need a little additional help because my neighbor is still, he's better, but he's still not out of it, and I need to find ways to take care of him as well out there. What I call global listening question comments. Leah, what would you ask me? What would you say?
I would still go back to the how can I help you? What are some things we can plan to do together so that you are able to care for him and still achieve the goal?
Beautiful. At this stage, what we can embrace is what I call feel back before feedback. Feel back before feedback. What that means is, that must be tough. Seems like it really impacted you. Tell me a little bit more about, how's he doing? Are you close to your neighbor? So we start asking a little bit more deeper questions. That's where global listening comes in. You saw my hands were closed. I'm shut. Saurav, are you okay? No, really. Are you okay? Seems like this really impacted you. What's going on? The sigh, very important. It's an opening of a door. Like door opening is when the sigh comes out. Air comes out. Celia, right from childhood, my father was in the defense services and he was traveling all over different parts of the country. 3 years he was gone. And all my holidays, I traveled with my neighbors. So he's like a father to me, while my father was away on military service. Now you tell me, if somebody who's like your father is down in the hospital, would you really go and ask for work? Or would you go beyond it and offer all your support and compassion to that individual? Isn't it? The challenge is we tend to operate without context. And we start putting things into labels or judgments or conclusions without understanding the deep concept. People tell this concept to you only if you're willing to listen. And for that listening to happen, we need to embrace silence first. Silence of our own judgments inside us. Silence of our own narratives that happens inside us. And this is where I say, if we start moving up this ladder of listening, we can truly become what I call both internally calm and a beacon of calmness to others also, isn't it? So what is level 5 then? Level 5 is the ultimate level. I call it God level. Because in this case, you are listening from all your 5 senses coming together. Your hearing is tuned in to the sighs and the sounds the person is sharing back. Eyes are tuned into the body language. Is my body language open or closed? Is my head held high or head falling out? Is my shoulder open or down? It's listening to the breath. Am I breathing shallow? Am I breathing deep? Tells you a lot about what that person is going through if you just pay enough attention. And when you're then person with them, just a touch will tell you whether the hands are cold or hands are warm or hands are sweaty. Tells you a lot about their state of being. The smells tells you whether they're perspiring or they've got fragrance on them. It tells you a lot. Subconsciously, these are all markers that we have identified. Just that today we've not educated ourselves to the smells also. What do smells tell us? But there is a whole science of smells. If you master that, you can also identify what the person is going through. Dogs can smell fear, they say, right? Dogs can smell scared or sadness. That's why they're so compassionate towards you too. So we release information into our environment every single day through our chemicals and hormones in our body. Our noses are just not refined enough because we've not practiced enough to capture that. But if we do, we reach God level. Where we can master our 5 senses. And then we master our brain too. This process. So 5 levels of listening. If we can embrace that, we can truly create both calmness for ourselves and people other around us as well. And that's why I say pay attention to your kids too. They're telling you every single day what they're going through if you just pay enough attention, isn't it? So, 5 levels of listening. And that's what I want to sort of think about this also out there for us. Is silence is not the absence of sound. It's in fact the stillness of the mind. That's true silence. And for that, we need to master our ability to be mindless. Our brain not filled with thoughts. Rather, let silence become a bridge between what is said and what is truly heard. Because with silence creates awareness. With awareness comes presence. With presence comes listening and attention. That's why we want to reach to that level of it. Now, let me also say I'm in the business of learning and education too, and I've realized a quiet mind learns better. A quiet mind observes better, and a quiet mind acts better. So when people come into a classroom with me or they come into a coaching session with me, I realize their mind is filled with stories and information. Let that vessel empty first. For that, they will not listen to you. So no point sharing it back. Let that vessel empty first. And once somebody's emptied their vessel out fully, just keep asking this one question. I say there's a magic question. This fantastic book called The Coaching Habit. The Coaching Habit. Michael Steiner. And in that book, there's a magical question called the awe question. AWE, awe question. Which is, and what else? So when somebody comes to you and you want to share information with them which is important, don't just share it up front. Let them first vent out what's on their mind. Hey, what's happening in your life? Yes, it takes some time, but trust me, until their vessel is empty, your words won't land for them. So let them empty out, let that silence prevail. And once they've emptied it out, they're all open. The vessel is empty to be filled up. Then you can start filling up information. So from a learning perspective, because I'm downloading information to their brains also, it's so important to empty their vessel first. So let their mind be quieter. Until then, nothing's going to happen. It happened with a large organization. We were helping create what I call a new way of getting people paid. So imagine people have worked half through the year, they are waiting for their bonuses, and now they're told the bonuses structure is going to change. That was pretty chaotic. So when I walked into the training session, my God, the first 30 minutes was just chaos because people had so many expletives to share back. What the hell is happening here? We worked so hard and now you're changing the whole system. So I realized that I cannot go and teach until they have vented out. So we found a safe way for that people to vent out, and then they were willing to receive. So empty the mind first before you can move forward. The other aspect I want to think about is, what are the 7 places to stay silent? Sometimes silence is more important than words. You don't have to communicate with words, you can communicate with silence. So some tips for you to take back with, I say, be silent if you don't know the full story. You don't know the context? Listen, understand, observe before putting your judgments on it, isn't it? Second place to be silent. Be silent when you feel too emotional, because when emotions come out, then they express through various uncontrollable outcomes or words or gestures. In those moments, go for a walk. Embrace silence. Third, be silent in the heat of anger, because words are sharper than swords when they're colored by the emotion of anger. Fourth, be silent if your words can offend a person. So, better to stay quiet than to say something that might hurt somebody else. Fourth, be silent if your words can destroy a friendship. Be silent if you can't talk without yelling. And finally, be silent if your silence can save bonds. Few interesting perspectives, that people have been sharing a lot more on. Here's what I would start to bring some new perspectives to this. I say, silence isn't empty. It's full of answers, isn't it? So when you want to find answers, stay silent and you'll see a lot of people are very uncomfortable with silence. They'll start sharing. And that's where I want you to think about this concept, what I call listen to the sounds of the forest. So I'll tell you a short story, and that might help you embrace the power of silence. So I say there was a wise king who used to rule this kingdom, and he was getting older. He had a young prince, young son, who was coming of age, and he wanted to prepare his young son to take over the kingdom and the throne. So he said, "Son, you are now coming of age. I'm getting older. I want to help you get ready to take over the kingdom. But for that, you have to do a task." Father, oh, yes, wise king, you're my father and a wise person as well. I would definitely listen to you. Tell me, what do I have to do to get ready to serve our people? So the wise king said, "Son, I want you to go to the forest, spend a whole year there, and listen to the sounds of the forest." So I said, "Yes, wise king, I will follow your instruction. I'll do as you say." So this young prince goes to the forest and he spends a whole year camping in the forest, trying to listen to the sounds of the forest, really excited, embracing all the nature, eating in the jungle. So he really had an adventure for a whole year. And a year later, he came back, said, "Father, thank you so much for that experience. I loved it. It was a fantastic experience. And I listened to all the sounds of the forest." The wise king said, "Son, tell me, what did you hear in the forest? Tell me about the sounds of the forest." So the prince said, "Father, I heard the breeze. I heard the animals, sort of sounds all over the jungle. I heard, the beautiful rain sort of falling on the ground. It was so beautiful. The morning when I woke up in the morning, the birds were chirping. As the breeze was flowing, you hear the leaves rustle. It was beautiful." Father said, "Son, you're not ready yet. You're not ready yet." He said, "I would like you to go back to the forest and spend a whole year again. And I want you to deeply listen. Use all your 5 senses and deeply listen at the 5th level. And then come back and tell me, what did you hear?" The young prince was baffled. He said, "But I've spent a whole year. I listened to everything that there was. What should I go listen for now?" So he went back into the forest, this time a little disgruntled. What am I missing? The first 3 months, he really concentrated hard. He really practiced and tried to listen to. He was hearing all the same things. He was hearing all the same things. Until after a lot of chaos, a lot of frustration, he paused. He paid attention to his breathing. He went deeper and deeper inside him. And then there was an unlock. Something just unlocked in him. And he came back. He said, "Father, thank you for sending me back again to the forest. Now I know what you mean by the sounds of the forest." So the father asked, the wise old king asked, "Tell me, son, what did you hear?" He said, "Father, I heard Mother Earth breathing. Every time the raindrops were falling on the sand, I could hear the air getting out of the sand, Mother Earth breathing. I could hear the heartbeats of the animals around me as I was meditating. I could hear them, hear their presence. I could hear their breathing. I could hear how the morning dew talks to the grass as it opened its door. I was able to hear the deep presence of life around me. It was just not me there, it was everything else was part of me." The father said, "Son, you're now ready to take over the kingdom. Our goal as leaders, as kings, is to serve our people. If you're only listening to the things they're saying, then we're not truly serving them well. We need to start listening to the sound they're not saying, listening to the sounds of the forest. And that requires a lot of silence. There could be a lot of silence outside you, but inside there could be a whole concert happening, a chaotic concert happening inside us, isn't it? What we need to shift is, even though there could be a chaotic concert happening outside you, but inside it is a sea of calmness. That is what we need to switch from external silence to internal silence. And that requires us to let go of this thoughts we're trying to control and just pay attention to us and pay attention to what's around us. Listen to the sounds of the forest. And that'll open the door to creating what I call new ways of looking at the world. Because here's how we see the world right now: our perceptions, which comes from our different senses. So if I may ask, Celia, if you look at this image, what could this image be a shadow of?
It could be a shadow of a window, is my
Window.
first thought.
A square, a rectangle, absolutely. What do you think this could be a shadow of?
The sun, a planet,
The sun, a planet,
or a
a
sphere.
a circle, absolutely right. This is how each of us may see the world. But in reality, what if the truth is different? It could be both, isn't it? And that's why I say we all living life from our own perceptions. What we need to create for coming closer to the truth, the universal truth, is add new perspectives. And the important word here, Celia, is the letter S. S. One person can see a 6, another person can see a 9. For one person it could be deep, for another person it could be shallow. One person may see it's a snake, another a tree. But when we bring our perspectives together, we can truly see it as an elephant. The word here is S. That means we need to start listening better. And the only way we can listen better is when we can start creating silence inside us, reduce the judgments, and observe, and add that S to our perspective. Then we come closer to the truth. And when we come closer to the truth, we reach a state of calmness. And that's why it's about knowing the viewpoints we all have. So as you see here, Celia, you've done this before, but what do you see on the screen here? What words do
I
you see?
see partial words that say jumping to conclusions.
And absolutely right. And that's what we typically do. We as human beings have a tendency to fill in the gaps because our brains are obsessed with putting meanings to things, finding patterns and things, what we call mental heuristics, shortcuts. Our brain is a very energy efficient organ and it wants to create shortcuts. So I say that this is why we get into trouble, jumping to conclusions when there may not be anything there. This is where, when we listen through silence, we then fill in the gaps through facts and not opinions and judgments. So that's what we should be seeking the truth by asking and knowing our own blind spots along the way. So that's why I say people suffer two things in their life: a past memory, history, something that happened to them in the past, they still suffer till today, even though that may not be real or relevant today. Or a fantastic imagination, something that's not even happened yet, we tend to suffer. This is all happening because our brains are wired for storytelling. So what we need to change is the stories we tell ourselves that truly matter. And that's where the stories need to come from the present, not from the past and not from the future, but on the present. And that means we need to be in the moment with people. That can only happen if you embrace both silence and deep listening. Then we can start shifting the stories that's happening around us. So on that note, I'm going to pause here, Celia, on storytelling, and help each of us think about how we can embrace silence to create stories based on facts and not perceptions, to create a future that is based on what's within our span of control versus letting our life be influenced by what's outside our span of control. And for that, we need to look inwards and outward. They say, right, the world is obsessed with climbing ladders, corporate ladders, family ladders. They want to rise up. The most important ladder we should be climbing is inwards. Inwards. That's the ladder we should be looking at. And for that, we just start understanding how our senses work and what creates disturbance in our silence and what creates presence in our silence. So, Celia, as you're hearing this, what stuck with you so far?
Well, like, I agree with everything. And I love the concept that you said that two people sit in silence for 2.5 minutes. Because I think the problem with connection is the lack of connection. And people are so busy telling their side, telling their thoughts, they're not spending enough time to listen to the other person. Half the time you're hearing someone say something and you're not really listening. You're planning your rebuttal. You're planning what you're going to say next, and you miss half the story. And if you're able to really open up your eyes and your ears and all your senses and truly sit and listen to another person without judgment, without tying in your story, what you believe, you may find that connection, that peace.
Absolutely. You've raised a very important point of connection. Connection happens at 3 levels: the intellectual level, the emotional level, and the action level. Right? For the intellectual level to happen, we need to understand each other's context. The ability to put ourselves in each other's shoes, that's a step from doing that. Emotional chemistry happens when we understand each other's needs and fulfill those needs. And that requires us to listen. They say, right, we've been biased by this golden rule that says we should treat people the way we want to be treated. So if I'm somebody who likes certain things, I'll do it for somebody else also. I say, what if we move on to a new rule, what I call the platinum rule, where we start treating people the way they would want to be treated? And the only way you can find out how somebody else wants to be treated if you ask them. Why assume? Just ask. And for that, we need to embrace listening. And for that, we need to embrace silence. And once we do that, then we can reach a stage of calmness in that relationship, right? Connection in that relationship. And that's why I say, start with silence, embrace listening, and that will lead to connection.
And I think that leads to letting go of your story, because we all live with the stories we have in our head. And then we base everything on that story, whether it's true or it's not true. It's what we believe. We're so rigidly stuck to that story, we don't let go, and it destroys a lot of people and a lot of relationships.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Saurav, this was fabulous.
Thank you, Celia. And for everyone listening in, I want you to really pause. Use this opportunity to pause and be in silence with yourself and the surroundings around you. Look around you. Look every single detail around you. You know the reason why all those things are there? It's because all those things are there because they have been shaped by your thoughts. You've added meaning to those things. And the best way to free yourself from stress, from frustration, from challenges, which is needed, because you cannot reach a state of calmness if you carry baggage along, is for you to understand your own personalities, your own biases, your own how you shape meaning to life. And the best way to shape meaning to life is to spend time with various people hearing their perspectives. That helps you add new meaning in your life as well. So for that, listening becomes an important criteria to add new perspectives to. Engage in things you've never done before. It'll help you grow. So I say growth is when we operate at the edge of our ability. For that, we need to try some new things you've never done before. So try silence today. Try what we spoke to you about, 2.5 minutes with the person, and see for yourself how powerful that activity is for you. Celia, thank you so much for having me here. I really appreciate this conversation.
Thank you, Saurav. And I believe Lillian had a question and it went down there. Can you see it, Saurav?
Yes.
Saurav, sir, but some people, when you are silent, they're feeling that they are boring you with their stories.
This is where I call what I call the golden triangle. If you can master the golden triangle, when you're talking to people, you can start to really get them engaged. And what's a golden triangle? Is your nose, your eyes, and eyes here. So if you put your attention on this golden triangle for a person, you'll start to see it's like a door opening into their mind. And as you're listening in, lean in, raise your eyebrows. And the moment they share something with you, you ask questions, oh, really? And you start to see their voice squeal and the excitement jump up, and that is where you know the door's opening. So they are feeling engaged. Now the question is, are you feeling bored? And the reason we may feel bored in those instances, either we have heard that before, yes, or it's not of interest to you. But here's what I say. Is that story important to you? Is that person's relationship important? So know what's important and feed that. Tell me, this is the most important person for me today. And when you put that person as the center of your universe importance, you'll not feel bored. Because why? That person's connection is even more important. So I say the greatest gift of humanity is to serve others. What makes God God is because God serves others. And that's what, people pray to God for, right? So at least we can embrace some of those qualities in us as well, is to serve. And listening to somebody is the best form of serving you can do. It doesn't take a lot of effort, and it creates a lot of meaning for them because it creates connection. They feel, wow, what a great conversation I just had, because you were giving them attention. And I say, whatever you give attention to grows in life. So take a day off. Yes, you have to spend time with yourself, give yourself attention to. Yes, you should spend time with friends who give you attention to, but then you don't have to become an attention hoarder all the time. There are days when you can give attention to others and see how that relationship thrives. Celia.
Great advice. And remember that for your children too. Your children deserve to be listened to as well. Don't interrupt. Don't assume. Let them talk and just be a good listener. Thank you, Saurav. This has been so eye-opening and so much information. I'm really grateful you shared this. Thank you.
Thank you, Celia.
All right. So we appreciate. Oh, there you go. Lillian responded. We appreciate Saurav's contribution to our International Day of Calm and to reaching the calm that you need to reach to help you live a richer life. And I'm not talking about income. I'm talking about depth, soul, connection, compassion, all of that. Reach out to Saurav. He's on Instagram and LinkedIn, and you'll be happy you did. Thank you, Saurav.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so we move on to our next speaker coming up, and our last one of today. We have 2 more days of the International Day of Calm, and Saturday and Sunday. Saturday, excuse me, Saturday we will start at 9 in the morning Eastern time, and we will run until 1 o'clock, 1 p.m. Sunday, no, wrong. Saturday, we run till 1. We have a break, and then we have our last speaker at 2. And these are all Eastern time. Day 3 on Sunday. That was Saturday. Day 3 on Sunday, we start at 9 a.m. and we go until 2 p.m. approximately, when I close out the summit at about 1 o'clock. Please, if you love this summit so far, please share it with your friends. Let us know, ask questions, have comments, share them, and share this feed in your social media feeds. Let people know, because I don't know about you, but I am already I've got lots of notes from every speaker, and I hope you're taking notes too. Okay, we're going to take a break, relax. You can get a drink of water before our next speaker arrives, who hopefully will be here anytime. Oh, Chris is here. Okay, he is here. But we're going to take a break. We're going to get started in a couple minutes. Please watch this. Hi, everyone. I'm Celia, the founder of the Day of Calm Foundation and the International Day of Calm. And I come to you today to tell you, number one, why we celebrate it on April 5th of every year. And number two, why I'm so passionate about helping 10 million parents stop yelling at their kids, about creating a world where people take responsibility for their actions and their reactions. And we stop criticizing and stop judging and start accepting and learning more about each other and connecting. I'm so passionate about this because this world really needs our help. And it starts with you, each person. So let me stop here and tell you about a man that was determined to do so much for mankind. He was part of the original team that put airplane seatbelts into automobiles. He worked on the Apollo missions and sent men to the moon. He created the fastest ship in any military environment, the U.S. Navy, which still holds a Guinness World Book of Records. He created planes that transferred water to large areas of fire on land. The list of accomplishments goes on and on. And why do I tell you about this man? Number one, he's my father. Number two, he felt very mediocre. He literally felt like anyone could have accomplished what he did. But he did it. He was not proud of himself, and he thought very little of himself. Why is someone like that feeling so down on themselves? Because he was raised by a man that beat him, yelled at him, screamed at him, always told him whatever he was doing wasn't good enough. And this great man grew up believing he wasn't good enough. Is this what you want for your children? And when we're raising children with that kind of anger and rage, we're only creating more adults with anger and rage. It is up to us to make a change. One person has a ripple effect through 7 generations. On April 5th of 2020, my father passed away. 92 years old, a World War II veteran, a great, great man that if he wasn't around, many things would not have been done. I honor him with this mission. I honor him with this day. I honor him with the Day of Calm Foundation. And I beg of you and encourage you to please join us in this mission. This is what is going to change all of this violence against children. Yes, guns need to be controlled. Yes, certain kinds of things need to be controlled that are material things. But what we need to control more than anything, we need to help, is our human brains. The person behind the gun that's screaming for help. The person that believes human trafficking is okay. The person that beats a child because they're crying. That anger and rage has to be resolved, and it can only be resolved at the human core. We have to get back to basics. We have to get intentional about the way we raise our children and the way we role model our lives to children. We are all role models for kids, not just parents, not just teachers, all of us. Anyone a child sees is a role model to a child. So let's start getting intentional about our actions and our reactions. Let's become proactive instead of reactive. Let's learn how to completely calm our lives, de-stress our lives, enjoy our lives, and let's do it together as a world, as a nation, as a community, as a family. Join us for the International Day of Calm and our calm projects that occur all throughout the year. And thank you for listening.
Viewers all over the world, good morning. We are here at Brilliant Nazarene Primary School. Thank you so much for watching this show.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We are ready for our last speaker of today, but one of my favorites.
Pleasure to be here, Celia.
Oh my gosh, I'm so happy you're here. Chris is just wonderful, and his work is so diligent to help kids and families, and I am just so grateful that we have connected, that we work together on this mission, and that he's here today to talk to you. So before we let Chris take the floor, I'm going to tell you a little bit about him. Chris's topic today is paving a path to peace through detox, how toxins create toxic behavior. He is a master at this. Chris is a dedicated native New Yorker, and we just met in New York not too long ago.
True.
With over 2 decades of experience working with children facing developmental delays. Armed with a dual master's degree in general and special education, Chris founded the nonprofit Community for a Cause in 2014 to advocate for children being affected by lead poisoning. His groundbreaking efforts led him to present at the World Health Organization in 2022, where he shared pioneering research on a plant-based therapeutic that showed
I was curious too.
little suspense that showed promising results in reversing lead-induced brain damage in mice. Chris's unwavering commitment to improving the lives of children in New York City and beyond is truly inspiring. Welcome to the Day of Calm Summit, Chris.
Thank you. It's an honor to be here. It's always a pleasure to spend time with you and your energy, Celia. So thank you for having me. And for everyone who's watching, thank you for taking the time out of your day to be calm with us and enjoy some discussions, learn a little bit, and walk away feeling up. I want to start with today. I'm in New York City right now, and about an hour ago, we just got hit with an earthquake. And
really?
Yeah. Apparently, there's a fault line in Ramapo, New Jersey, and
that's where my aunt used to live.
And it lasted for all of 10 seconds. I was sitting on a couch next to my wife, and this is the first earthquake I've ever experienced in New York. So that was interesting. Definitely a nice way to shake up the calm and
right.
But
and also react calmly to it.
React calmly to it. It always is to your benefit to react calmly. There's very, very, very few scenarios in life that I can think of personally where being hot or overly emotional or panicky is better off than being calm. So if there are any takeaways, let that be one of them. And just to get on with the programming, for those of you who are here, my goal is to share with you information about environmental toxins and common toxins that we're exposed to and what you can do about them. Because certain toxins interact with our bodies and our brains, more importantly, in a manner that certainly disrupts our calm and I would say our peace as well. And so just to break down what my goal to talk to you about, I have plenty of notes because I want to make sure I don't leave anything out and I'm super accurate. First goal is to break down what toxins that we're commonly exposed to. Then I'm going to let you know the source of these toxins. Like where do you commonly come across these toxins in your day-to-day life, depending where you are on the globe. Following this, I'm going to explain something called the causal relationships. I'm not going to get too deep. I don't want to lose anyone, but I want people to understand how the science of research works and why we say certain things cause certain things and why instead, which you'll hear me referring to, we'll say things are significantly associated or things are linked to. Okay, so I want to be very clear. What I'm speaking about and the research that I'm presenting to you indicates significant correlations, significant associations, and significant links. And we'll break down why the word cause is not something that you'll hear in my vocabulary outside of when I'm breaking that down. Following that, I'm going to break down for you the good news, because while it might be scary at first or a bit upsetting at first to understand just how common our exposure is to many elements and many chemicals that affect our brain, there are ways to detox, thus the title, Paving a Path to Peace Through Detox. So there are certain natural growing supplements, natural growing plants, food that is available that will help remove toxins from your body. And if not that, there's certain things that you can do, such as exercise, sweating, and some toxins you're naturally going to excrete through your urine and bowels. So there is hope. The whole point of this is not to put anyone on a fear bend, but to make sure that you know what you can do. And as the previous speaker was discussing, it's important for you to consider what's in your power, how you can respond. That's going to be the key to peace. And we're going to talk about that as the very last topic. That's the fifth element. So first toxins, then how we're exposed to them, why we don't say cause, what you can do to detox, and what is peace. Because I think it's very important for us to have a firm understanding of the word peace as we move forward. And I'll leave some room for questions. I love being able to field any questions or curiosities that people may have on this topic. If you find that anything I say strikes your fancy, strikes your curiosity, look it up, do your own research. While I'm presenting to you, I do have to say, since I will be talking about supplements and different vitamins and plants, please refer to your doctor before starting any course of medicine, treatment, supplements. Now that the legal is out of the way, let's discuss the top seven toxins that we are commonly exposed to. And the first one I'm going to speak to at length, and that's going to be lead. But just to break down the 7 for you, it's going to be lead, mercury, cadmium, arsenic, phthalates, bisphenol A or BPAs, and lastly, mold. Now, all 7 of these elements, when you're exposed to them, have the ability to cross the blood-brain barrier. And when things cross the blood-brain barrier, this is happening because the molecules are so small, they get through the little sieve that we call that blood-brain barrier. And once inside your brain, things are either going to help or disrupt. And the ways they can disrupt are numerous. Some can affect the way that the signal that we transmit our signals across neurons. Some can actually have an effect on the structural integrity of your microglial, your basically the cells that hold things in place. And some things can make neurotransmitters fire differently so that you don't have them available, and that can lead to things like anxiety and depression. You really want to be aware of your brain health. That is another takeaway that I really want to impart on all of you. Be aware of your brain health, because you are your brain. Should anything horrible happen to your body, your personality, your memory, your habits, everything that you really are, your memories, it's your brain. So you really want to protect that. You want to keep it healthy. You want to do what you can with intention as much as possible. You don't need to be overly anxious about it, but it is good to simply find what you can incorporate into your everyday. And we're going to talk about that as well. So the first one that I want to talk to you about and what inspired this talk is lead. And why I talk about lead, as Celia brought up, I started my charity 10 years ago to help support children with lead poisoning. In fact, my day job, before working as a multitude of hats that I wear, was a special educator. I worked in classrooms with children with autism, particularly in the early intervention phase. And if you're in an area outside of the States, that simply means I worked primarily with children between 18 months of age to 3.5 years old. This is the best window to address any sort of developmental delays, academic delays, and behavior that you really want to either increase if it's going to be functional, or decrease if you realize this is not a very functional behavior. That being said, every single classroom I worked at between 2006 to 2014, I saw kids with lead poisoning. Now, in the US, lead poisoning was a done issue until Flint, Michigan. We did not have Flint, Michigan on our national radar until about January 2015, February, March 2015. So I created this charity a couple months before the rest of the country was going to be much, much more aware that we have a problem, because I was seeing kids in person every single day who had lead poisoning. And at first blush, I see a child with autism, I see a child with lead poisoning. In the first 2-3 weeks getting to know a child, their behaviors, their challenges, they seem very similar. But by week 4 or 5, you really get a better understanding of who your student is. And once I realized kids with autism, I'm going to preface from my perspective and from my personal experience, the children that I worked with, more often than not, the kids with autism, after about 4 or 5 weeks, would let a word or two slip. So for 3 weeks, I heard nothing from them. But by week 4 or 5, I'd hear a word or two slip, and I'd realize, oh, okay, great. You have verbal capability. You can talk. So now we're going to do a number of different interventions to help reinforce, reward speech attempts, communicative efforts, and get more and more speech out of you functionally. However, I would say that the rub was that although they could talk, it would seem that they did not want to. Again, this is from my firsthand experience. They say if you know a kid with autism, you know one kid with autism. This does not apply to all kids with autism. However, the children that had lead poisoning, I found, they wanted to talk but could not. And they would also have extreme difficulty with big emotions. They would be more aggressive. Whenever we had an extended vacation, whatever progress we made up to that point, whether it was a 3-day vacation or a week-long vacation, once they returned, they were back to square one. It was this complete regression, and it was heartbreaking to see. So after I got my master's and I had a class that was all mine, I was a head teacher for the first time, and my one student with high lead levels didn't make it to graduation. I had an about face, and I said, well, maybe applied behavior therapy isn't the best thing for this child, because if they have a physiological contaminant that's damaging the brain and his ability to learn, what else can we do? So I did my research. I came across a documentary that talked about how cilantro, when you ingest it, actually helps to remove lead from the tissue that it's stuck to. And That made me say, wait a second, is this true? Let me do my research. I did my research on Google Scholar and I went down a rabbit hole for days. And it was true. I also found that other food also was found in studies to do similar. And this made me want to just sound the alarm. So one thing led to another. I met up with a partner. We decided to throw a fashion show. The fashion show became a 501c3 charity. And we donned a fashion event to raise money for kids with lead poisoning, and it went nowhere. We invited a very fun crowd, a party crowd, but not the crowd that really cared about kids with lead poisoning. That didn't stop my concerns. The following year, I'd start lobbying for lead laws because I realized the testing was outdated, and I kept doing research. As Celia pointed out, I came across a plant 3 years later that when the researchers at Columbia University gave it to mice that they mimicked lead poisoning with, within 15 days, they saw a reversal of the brain damage. Now, currently, if you Google lead and brain damage, you'll see the word irreversible. But this 2018 study by Tomás Collarte and his team at Columbia University found it is reversible. However, and we're going to go back to causes, there's an issue when it comes to plant-based medicine, which is why I love opportunities like this to talk to audiences and speak a little bit more about what is potential. Okay, so thing to think about. Rick Nevins was an economist who had a question that we saw in the U.S. And in the U.S. in the 90s, there was a 50% drop in crime from the 1970s. And people had questions. They wondered, why is the crime rate dropping 50% everywhere? And some people credited their police force. But we also realized if it was a police force, then it wouldn't be everywhere. It would be in some places that change their policing and not another place that change their policing, but it was everywhere. Other economists and theorists said maybe it's because that we legalized abortion in the 70s and we had less unwanted children being born, abused, being raised in this tense, anxious, angry environment to grow up to become criminals. But Rick Nevins didn't really buy that. So what he did, which is really interesting, and if you want to find his research, you can either look up his book. It's called Lucifer Curves, intense name, or you can look up, bear with me. There we go. You can look up Understanding International Crime Trends, the Legacy of Preschool Lead Exposure. And so what he did, he decided to check out 9 countries total. So he looked at the US, he looked at Britain, he looked at Canada, France, Finland, Italy, West Germany at the time, Australia, and New Zealand. And he went to see when they saw a 50% drop in crime, what happened 23 years earlier, 17 years earlier, and they all had the same phenomena. They made lead illegal in gasoline. They phased out lead. When they phased out lead in the gasoline, the generation of young men and women who would be criminals 17 years later, 23 years later, did not have the brain damage that made them more aggressive. And he saw this consistent in every single country, regardless of their abortion laws, regardless of their policing. It was consistent that when they stopped having lead in their gasoline, about 23 years later, 50% decrease in crime. So this makes me think, and this is why we're here. If lead can cause aggression, and that aggression is then transformed or manifested as crime and violence and immorality, we might say, are there other toxins that do the same? Unfortunately, the answer is yes. Mercury does the same. Cadmium does the same. Phthalates do the same. BPA, mold, arsenic. You get where I'm going with this. In fact, in some cases, there's a synergistic effect. And if you're not familiar with that, that means that when the two are present, the effect is not as though you have a doubling effect. It's actually exponential. The two work and cause even greater damage. So like with lead and arsenic, you're going to have a synergistic effect. You have a greater level of aggression. You're going to have a greater level of damage across the body and brain. Similar with cadmium and lead. If you have those two present, and cadmium as well as stress, if you're exposed to cadmium and you have what's called immobilization stress, where you're not free to move, they found this spike in aggression, particularly in boys. So that being said, let's talk about how we're exposed, right? Lead is a commonly occurring element. It originated as uranium, if you didn't know. After uranium, that radioactive element decomposes after a very long time. It its final resting state is lead. It has no bioavailability in your body. It does nothing good for you at all. There's no use for it whatsoever. There's many other metals that our body can do something with. Iron, obviously, manganese, silver, even our body can do something with. Lead, nothing. 40% of kids across the globe right now have lead exposure and lead poisoning. 40%, 40. So it's very important for us to find ways to alleviate this toxic load and help in any way increase their brain functioning. So lead's often given to us from metal processing, from leaded aviation gasoline, from paint dust. So if there's renovation and there was lead paint, that dust flying around, that's going to cause lead exposure. You have pipes in certain countries, and I know in New York and the US, we phased out lead pipes in 1986. However, that only meant that houses built after 1986 could no longer have lead pipes. That doesn't mean anyone had to remove them. So this country still has plenty of lead pipes. Chicago, for example, is a city that's often cited as exceptionally violent, and to me, it's not ironic that it is literally the city with the greatest amount of lead pipes. In fact, Illinois, the state of Illinois, has the most lead pipes in the country. Let's see. It's also found in glazing and pottery, and it is naturally occurring in the Earth's crust. Different places are going to see spikes in lead if they have backyard lead smelting. This happens in a lot of different countries, equatorial countries, tropical countries, where they'll take the lead acetate batteries from cars. They'll smelt them in their own backyard, melt down the lead, sell the lead. But the process of melting that lead down is releasing fumes. And this isn't bacteria, okay? You can't boil it off. It's the fumes are going to go up, and they're going to come back down. They settle in the soil. When they settle in the soil, if it's landing near food or crops, that food is going to take it up and soak up that lead. It's going to be inside the crops. This happens with a lot of different elements as well, which is why the goal is detox, because as you'll find, we're so inundated with these poisons and toxins that we need to think about how to get rid of them more than just simply avoiding them, in my opinion. Avoidance is still important, but it's also key to make sure that we are cleaning our system out. So I'm going to pause there on lead and move to mercury. Mercury causes the neurons to actually die. If you ever want to take a look, go ahead and YouTube mercury neuron. You'll see the neuron actually, as it's looking for another neuron to connect with, actually shrink and die. This is commonly found in fish, dental amalgam fillings, in thermometers, coal burning power plants. I want you to remember that, coal burning power plants. Next up, we have cadmium. Cadmium is going to be something that you'll find in phosphate fertilizers. Okay, so this is in turn going to be found in food, that especially root foods. So potatoes, carrots, turnips, things like that, onions. It's also found primarily in cigarette smoke. And this, as I said, has a synergistic effect with lead. And it's also found in shellfish. So again, these are just the sources we're going through. I'm going to burn through these because I don't want to lose too much time. Up next, we have arsenic. Arsenic is found primarily in rice, unfortunately, and in seafood, shellfish in particular, and also coal-fired plants. Remember before we said that mercury is found in coal-fired plants, and so is arsenic, okay? Which means that these plants are putting the soot out in the air, and it's not going up to the sky forever, guys. It's going up, it's got weight, it's falling back down to the soil. Kids go outside, they play outside, babies, they crawl, put their hand in their mouth. Hand-to-mouth exposure is the most common route for babies to get exposed to so many of these elements. Outside of a mother who happens to already have a high toxic load passing through breast milk, placenta, or just pregnancy itself. Up next, we got phthalates. That's a fun word to say. P-H-T-H-A-L-A-T-E-S, phthalates. This is going to be found in cosmetics, nail polish, fragrances, shampoo, lotion, and most importantly, unfortunately, packaging. Food packaging. It's actually a group of chemicals that's used to make plastic more durable. So you might find like in a Ziploc bag. And as a result, the food that's wrapped in plastic, and these phthalates actually leach through plastic and they go into the food. Okay. I think research found that up to about 97% of Americans have phthalates in their blood. I can't speak on the rest of the world count. Just use what research I have available to me. Next up, we have bisphenol A, otherwise known as BPA. This is also found in food packaging. This is also something used to make plastic. It actually helps make plastic clear. It's otherwise an epoxy resin, which you might find in fast food boxes when you see like this little sealant in it to help prevent the cardboard from getting greasy, that's going to be BPA. This also leaches into food. This also has been found at high rates inside human blood. It's also found as a sealant inside metal cans and cardboard containers. That's it. And last up, we have mold. Just regular mold. Mold is going to, you're going to be exposed to this. It's inside your house if you have poor ventilation, if it's dark, damp. And the trick to just the enemy to mold, keep in mind, is sunlight and moving air. So if you can't get sunlight in a dark area, get a fan. Make sure the air is moving. Get a dehumidifier. Make sure that the air is moving, that you got fresh air in there, because stagnant, damp, cool air invites mold. And this does affect your neurology. This affects your brain a lot of different ways. Not to mention your lungs. It is significantly associated with asthma, as well as other respiratory issues. So we want to avoid that as best we can. Okay, so that's it for our exposures. Next, I want to talk for a bit about why I said I won't be using the word causes. As much as I'd like to say, in a hypothetical world, that lead causes aggression, that cadmium causes aggression, this is not a medically accurate phrase, and the reason stems from 1965. Before that, even 1843, there was John Stuart Mill in England created a causal relationship, and it was quite intelligent. He said basically you want to have a temporal precedence. So in order to prove something causes something, there needs to be the cause before the effect, and it needs to be clearly lined up. You can see that happen, and as a result, that happened. You need covariance, which means that they have to be related, which sounds like a no-brainer, but let's set up the stage. And there needs to be disqualification of alternative explanations. There can't be any confounding variables. There can't be any questionable data. It has to be clear cut. And just to give you an example of how tricky this is, when we as people decide that cigarette smoking caused cancer, the standard of proof took, I want to say 56 years, because in 1898, you had a German by the name of Rothman in Würzburg, Germany, who first postulated that tobacco dust lesions and tumors on the lungs. And it would be in 1912 when Isaac Adler said it wasn't dust, but smoke that's causing lesions. Okay, so in 1912, we had clear research that pointed cigarette smoking, lung cancer. And before cigarettes were really smoked widespread, lung cancer was very uncommon. So this gave impetus for research to say, well, what's happening here? Why are we seeing this explosion of lung cancer? And again, in 1912, Isaac Adler, he spotted it. He saw it. Now, it would take some time before other people signed on to this. In fact, Dahl and Hill in 1950 in the UK were one of the first ones 38 years later to say, oh, wait, yeah, no, there's definitely a link. And then in 1954, we would see that Hammond and Horn in the US really forced the issue and gave definitive studies that said, yep, this is linked. And the medical community finally took a different opinion. They finally created a shift, okay, in 1954, from 1898, or 1912 if you want, to 1954, there was that much research that was needed before people in the medical community accepted that cigarette smoking, as we all know now, causes cancer. And it would still be another 10 years before the American Surgeon General released research that essentially clearly laid out for everyone, cigarettes cause cancer. And that U.S. Surgeon General notice was a definitive line in the sand that people couldn't go back on. People couldn't argue anymore. And he had to review 7,000 pieces of medical literature in order to come to that conclusion. 1964, from 1898 to 1964, the medical community needed 7,000 papers to prove that cigarette smoking causes cancer. You will be hard-picked to find many things that cause something else in medical literature these days, for many reasons, including political willpower, as well as corporate ability to tip the scales. So a lot of corporations, I'll speak specifically in America, when they want to submit something to the FDA, the FDA itself doesn't have a team of scientists. They review research and that's it. So a company, let's say they are creating a drug, will say, here is my drug, here is my product, here's my chemical. We've done research. Here is the research for you to review. The FDA will review the research, and they'll make a judgment based on what they read that has been presented by the company's funding, whether it is a safe product, generally recognized as safe product, or requires further research. And that leads to a lot of issues and a lot of exposure that doesn't need to happen, unfortunately. But to move forward, we're talking about the causal relations. And I said that John Stuart Mills, back in the 19th century, he had that 3 setup. Later in the US in 1965, we had Sir Bradford Hill, who created a criteria for causation. And this is really important because this is part of why environmental toxins are not going to be getting that same pass. His criteria for causation requires strength, consistency, specificity, temporality, biological gradients, plausibility, coherence, experiment, and analogy. And if all 9 of those criteria are not met, then one cannot say X causes Y. This effectively makes environmental toxins excessively difficult to prove. Because one of the reasons is because the specificity, excuse me, 1 second. I want to make sure I get this right. Whoops. Most environmental toxins aren't isolated. Okay. So if you're exposed to, as I said before, a coal-fired plant is putting out both arsenic and mercury. So if you want to show that coal-fired plants cause damage because of mercury, the confounding variable there is also arsenic. And if you were to try to run an experiment, as is the 8th criteria, it's unethical. You cannot put a person in a situation where you're exposed them to a toxin to prove that toxin is causing whatever situation that we see unfolding. So this causal relationship was created before environmental toxins were a major issue in the US, but we haven't updated it since. Again, that's 1965. So 59 years ago, and tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of research later, we are overdue an upgrade in how we define causal relations, especially since the EPA did not even exist until 1970. And that was only after the Cayuga River in Ohio went on fire for the 2nd time. Variability in exposure is also going to make things difficult. So if we want to study, does lead cause aggression? Does it cause depression? Does it cause brain damage? There's various ways that one is being exposed to that chemical. Are you talking about the lead from the air? Are you talking about the lead from the water? Are you talking lead from a recent renovation? And these confounding variables continue to make it unviable as a causal relation in regards to the paradigm that we have had for the last 59 years. Things that we need to change sooner than later. And the goal of this talk is for us to think about what we can do on our own level to protect ourselves if it turns out that those in policy are not yet willing to do such. Again, think about cigarette smoking. 1898, 1954. If you really want to push it, 1964. That's almost 70 years. That's 60, 70 years they waited before they told the public, this is bad for you. How many people paid the cost because there wasn't that willpower to just admit what was already manifesting decade after decade after decade? And we're in that right now. So another reason why I want to talk about the cause is what's called the Proxmire Amendment. Now, all of us have seen on little bottles of, whether it's a supplement or a vitamin. This is my toddler's multivitamin and probiotic. And let's see, where is it? Tick, 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 tick. Right here at the bottom. There's a little label that says, this product has not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. And they're toddler probiotics. We know it's not going to, but it can help, right? Obviously. This is cilantro that I take for my own personal detox. This is a plant. It has the same label, has not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration, not intended to prevent, cure, treat any disease. My wife's prenatal vitamins, which are intended to prevent a disease, still has the same label. And why is that? Because of the Proxmire Amendment. And the Proxmire Amendment was put in place in 1976. And essentially a senator decided that the government should not be funding frivolous scientific research that lacks clear national merit. In doing so, he routed the ability of the supplement of the FDA to have any regulatory authority over supplements and minerals. He removed for the FDA to evaluate supplements and minerals or prevent the adding of unnecessary ingredients to supplements and minerals. The only exception is if someone brings a complaint about a supplement they have taken, then the FDA will investigate and see if the formula is unsafe. That's the only exception. Again, 1976, this was put in place. And then later in 1994, the Dietary Supplement Health and Education Act would then remove all FDA power to even review or approve supplements before hitting the market. Now, what this did was two things. One, it allowed the supplement market to boom. So this was in the interest of the consumer, and it allowed those who want to sell whatever snake oil supplements they could to do so, because there was no oversight, there was no regulation, it was now a complete unregulated market. The downside is because the FDA could no longer evaluate or classify as drugs any mineral, supplement, or plant-based option, we cannot be prescribed any supplement or mineral or plant-based option as a treatment for any condition that we have, at least in the US, to be specific. But I presume it's similar worldwide. Now, what does this do? As I spoke about earlier, the research I found from Dr. Tomás Goyarte's Columbia University research, they found a flower. It's called the Tridax daisy, if you want to look it up. And this flower has a little molecule. Okay, I'm not going to get too gritty. That molecule within that flower, again, rescues brain function. It helps reverse brain damage from lead poisoning. We've never seen anything like this, and it's only found in this plant. But we can't prescribe this to kids with lead poisoning because the Proximir Amendment from 50 years ago says the FDA cannot classify any plant, mineral, or supplement as a drug. How much medicine across the globe do we have today that we do not have access to as medicine by our governments, by pharmacological communities, because of laws like these? What are we missing out on? And at the same time, how much medicine have we used, have our ancestors used, have our bloodlines used that have gotten us to this point that we know historically or through oral tradition will take care of us, that currently by the laws are not medicine? And that's wild to me. If we have options that can help rescue our brain, that can help decrease aggression, that can help decrease depression, anxiety, brain fog, cognitive dysfunction, we should be able to see it as such. And my mentality is, if you can't change the system, then understand how to work with it. Knowledge is power. You are learning now that there are certain things that will help rescue your brain, which I'm about to get into. Take advantage. Try it out. Be the proof. As I showed you, I take my cilantro. I take my zeolites, clenoptilolite. I take chlorella. I take all sorts of different supplements in proper dosing. Don't be reckless. Don't overdo it, to keep myself and my brain sharp. I invite those who are curious to first talk to your physician before starting any routine. Do your own research as well. And when you do your own research, make sure that you are doing proper research from IRB reviewed articles, from reputable sources. YouTube is lovely, but let's be honest, that's lazy. That's just lazy research. YouTube can be a tool to point you towards what research you can now go and look into, but ideally go to Google Scholar. Make sure you see things that are university run, and avoid lit reviews. And a lit review, if you're not familiar, I'll be real quick, is when someone presents you a bit of evidence by saying, according to these 100 studies, or according to these dozen studies, let's say, that X, Y, and Z supplement is good for curing COVID, or it's good for curing malaria, or it's good for curing fill in the blank. If you're seeing that, someone could have very easily cherry-picked 12 studies that are in their favor. And this happens all the time. So you always want to see, after you research what you're curious about, research the opposing position. If you can't find anything that you see credible in the opposing position, then you're on the right path. If you're only researching what you want and to confirm your confirmation bias, be aware of that. Be honest with that. Be honest with yourself, because you don't know what you don't know. So keep that research thorough, okay? Google Scholar is always available. Take advantage. So as I said, I'm going to get into what do we do to detox. I don't want us to have a panic and say, oh my gosh, I'm exposed to this through my seafood. I'm exposed to this through my rice. I'm exposed to this. What do I do? So luckily, I got a list right here for you. First and foremost, lead. Excuse me. If you are in the States, I'm going to say in particular, since we do have lead pipes here, one simple thing you can do today is run your sink for about 30 seconds before you use your water. Especially if your sink has been off for 6 to 8 hours. Because what happens is the water stops in your pipe system at a certain juncture. And if that area in the pipe system has lead, little bits can leach off and trace amounts add up. Trace amounts add up, particularly if you're pregnant or if you have kids. So but turning the sink on for 30 seconds allows whatever could have leached into that water that was waiting to be flushed. They call that the first flush. Whenever we test for lead, when we retest water, we do a first flush. 30 seconds, 2 minutes maximum. You don't need to do more than 2 minutes. Then you can pour your water into your Brita filter, your filtered pitcher, your pots or pans for cooking. Make this a habit. Every single morning, I run my sink for 30 seconds. It's one thing that's simple to do. Rice. As you guys heard, rice has arsenic. Rinse your rice. I put rice in a sieve. I'll take a cup of rice, I put it in a sieve, and I just rinse the water over the rice for 30 seconds or so, just to remove some of the traces that I'm going to expose. You just want to decrease the load. You can't get rid of everything, guys. Don't go to that level, and that's okay. Our bodies do have systems in place to help tolerate certain. Yep, I see the notes. I like to see that. Rinse your rice, run your sink. Your bodies do have systems in place to help fight some of the exposure, but not all of it. So just try and decrease your load as best you can. All right, so lead. How do we get rid of lead? I told you before, cilantro. Why cilantro? Well, molecularly, what it does, it works almost like a demagnetizing device. Okay, so it goes into your body, and because of its electron load, when it comes across lead, it actually is able to break the bonds, the electric bond that the lead has with your body tissue. Lead loves to be in the bones. Lead loves to be in the brain, the kidney, the liver. Cilantro comes into this, it interacts with the lead and frees it. Now, this is good because now that it's free, it can be released. And this is bad because now that it's free, it can just move around and land somewhere else. So what I always recommend is using a second supplement that's chlorella. If you've never heard of chlorella or spirulina, these are both algae. And what lead does is going to break up the lead. The algae eats up the lead and then removes it from your body. And I say split the timing on it. Don't take them together. Eat some cilantro first, wait 30 minutes or more, then take some chlorella, and that'll help expedite the removal in a more healthy manner. There's other foods too that help remove lead. Blueberries help to remove lead. Garlic helps remove lead. Turmeric helps remove lead. Quercetin. These all help on a smaller level. Ideally, you want to eat whole food, clean, organic food that you rinse, wash your food, right? And they all have flavonoids and elements that help the fight. They're not as potent as cilantro or chlorella or spirulina, but they help. But I would focus on chlorella and cilantro in particular. Next up, mercury. Same regimen. Cilantro, chlorella. These guys, cilantro loves breaking up toxic heavy metals, and chlorella loves to eat them up and just take them out the system. Keep that in mind. Next up, cadmium. Like we said, exposure from cigarette smoke. Cadmium actually binds to zinc. So if you can get more zinc into your system, and you can find zinc in something as simple as pumpkin seeds. If you get zinc into your system, when zinc goes inside, when it's broken down on the atomic level, the molecules actually magnetically attract cadmium, and then they're bound together, and then that is expedited out of your system. Outside of that, sweating and selenium also help to remove cadmium. And selenium is also something that you can find in sunflower seeds. You can find that in spinach. You can find that in oatmeal, and a good amount of meats, whether it's fish, poultry, eggs. You can also find that in not bone broth. I'll come back to that in a second, but those are some of the major ones that you can find selenium in. Up next, arsenic, also selenium. All right. So, Brazil nuts. That's the one. Brazil nuts are packed with selenium. If you want an easy source of selenium, get yourself Brazil nuts. Spinach also has a good amount, but Brazil nuts is the one to target. Arsenic is removed by selenium, and the CDC finds that you are just likely going to actually pass arsenic through urine about 4 or 5 days after your exposure, which is good news, right? You don't have to, it's not going to stay in your system too long like some other things. Lead stays in your system for 10 to 20 years, likes to be released only when you break bones or when you're pregnant or breastfeeding. It's passed down generationally. Arsenic is released 4 to 5 days. The issue is, are you eating rice every day? How often are you eating rice? If you're having rice every 3 days, you are just being re-exposed over and over and over again to arsenic. So you want to be mindful. Get yourself some selenium. Again, Brazil nuts are a great source of that. Otherwise, spinach, sunflower seeds, oatmeal, eggs, meat. Make sure your food is clean. Wash your food, organic ideally. Next up, phthalates. Phthalates are a strange one. Again, they're plastic. They help make plastic more durable. They're going to leach into your food from the packaging. They leach into your drinks too from the packaging. Your water bottles that are sitting out in the sun, they're going to leach some phthalates. They're also going to leach some BPAs. These can be released through your urine, just like arsenic can. Also through sweating, exercise, and sauna. So you really want to sweat those one out because they will stay kind of in your adipose fat tissue. The more you can burn off some energy, the more you can get a good run going, cardio, that's going to help release the phthalates. A healthy lifestyle really seems to be key, if you're not picking up on that. BPA, the bisphenol A, that is going to be released also through sweat and exercise. So remember that. Plastics do not want you to work out, okay? If you want to get rid of plastics, work out. Cardio. Do a little cardio, whether it's running, biking, whatever you can do to get a good sweat. If you have a sauna, use a sauna. If you have an infrared sauna, use an infrared sauna. Whatever is available to get that sweat going, but exercise is going to be key for plastics. Keep that in mind. Otherwise, in particular, bisphenol A, probiotics. Probiotics and increasing the gut health is going to help move bisphenol A, BPA from your system. Very healthy gut. In particular, if you get probiotics with the Bacillus strain, Bacillus, that strain in particular is adept at grabbing BPAs and getting them out of there. So exercise, probiotics, get the plastics out of your system. If you're not aware, and we only have so much time and I don't want to overload you, plastics are a major endocrine disruptor. They're going to play with your hormones. You don't want that. So do what you can to get rid of them. And listen, not everyone likes to work out. I get that. What I tell people is do what you can manage. Okay. If you are not a runner, but you don't mind taking if you don't mind taking a hike and you can build a sweat hiking, go hiking. If you got a power walk for like 10, 15 minutes, do that. You really want to get a sweat going for 15 to 30 minutes to make a dent. Anything below that, it's not really going to add up the way you'd like it to. If anything, it'll just take much, much longer. And consistency, right? Consistency is the key to all success. So if you're doing this 2 to 3 days a week, but consistently, that's going to add up. So let that be your minimum bar. 2 to 3 times a week minimum, 15 minutes minimum, sweat. However, you got to do it. Ride a bike. I don't care. But get that plastic out of your system. It's not good for you. And lastly, mold. Like we talked about, mold is going to be in damp areas. It's in a lot of places. If your house has ever been flooded, there's a very good chance there's mold, whether you see it or not, because mold spores are almost always around us. They're just looking for the proper attachment point. So sunlight, fresh air is the enemy of mold. If it's in your system, then you want to use activated charcoal. Okay, I recommend coconut charcoal. You can use bentonite clay. You can use bone broth. Isn't that fun? Bone broth. Have a nice little soup. That actually is good to remove mold. Probiotics as well. And my favorite, chlorella. So that is going to be the detox regimen for those 7. Again, please consult your physician before starting any supplement regimen. I will continue to say this so no one comes after me. At the same time, you're free to do what you want, man. Do your research. All these things I recommend are non-toxic. Still same story. Do things in moderation. And if you're going to do that cilantro chlorella stack, cilantro first, wait 30 minutes minimum, then chlorella. I've done it myself. I've done it for 40 days to see if I felt any change. After about 40 days, I felt a mental fog burst. Didn't know I had a mental fog until I felt it leave, because I had so much junk upstairs in my head that cilantro and chlorella actually cleared out. So if anyone wants to give it a go for it. Again, 40 days was a sweet spot. So 6 to 7 weeks, commit. Consistency is the key to success. None of this stuff is going to happen in a weekend. All right. Let's be real. You're not going to say, oh, I'm going to try this on Saturday and Sunday and Monday. I'm going to feel great. That's not how life works. Keep at it. Be consistent. Be willing to have that discipline. All success is steeped in discipline. And if you want success at the peace of your body and the peace of your mind, I believe that's worth investing in. And sometimes it just takes just a little consistency and effort. But you got it. I believe in you. You can do it. All right. So, lastly,
I'm going away.
no, you can stay because we can chat on this, because the whole point of this is paving a path to peace, right? And while I'm talking about removing toxins because they can cause aggression, the question I want people to have in their head is, what is peace? Today is the International Day of Calm. Celia talks about being more peaceful parents who don't yell at their kids. She's successfully gotten over 1 million parents to be more peaceful, to yell less at their kids. Everyone who's watching, you all can be a little bit more peaceful too. I've worked with kids who are excessively aggressive, and in the moments of them biting, scratching, kicking me, what have you, I've had to ask myself, Chris, even though you are naturally getting more upset, if no one's ever been in a position where they have to not respond to physical violence that's being put onto them, you will feel the temperature start to rise regardless. And I learned to ask myself, Chris, can you be more peaceful in this moment? Now, when you look at the dictionary, the definition of peace says, a freedom of conflict or war as the first definition. And the second one talks about freedom and harmony. That first definition works on a political scale, but I promise you, peace is not dependent on politicians. Peace will never be dependent on the people who are paid to use guns, stopping using their guns. It is on us every day, with each person, to ask ourselves, how can I be more peaceful? How can I have harmony? When I talk about detox, I want that freedom of the things that disrupt our harmony, because if things are interrupting our brain's ability to be their best, we cannot have peace. If you have poison inside your brain, that means you have poison inside your thoughts. That means you have poison inside your emotions. You cannot be peaceful, which is why it's key to just try to get rid of some of it. Again, you're not going to get all of it, but get rid of some of it and find out, what kind of harmony do I want to have in my life? Ask yourself some more questions about what kind of freedom do I want to have in my life? And not just for material things like freedom to go on vacation here and freedom, freedom from intrusive thoughts, freedom from being emotional about things that are trivial. Harmony with the people that I love, harmony with the people that I don't love, harmony with people in my neighborhood that are neutral to me. A lot of times the news asks us to focus on the most wild and reckless and violent people on our planet, in our state, in our country. You got to realize there's 8 billion of us. The news only has stories about a couple dozen people a day. Overall, we are peaceful people who want peace. We forget, so I invite you to remember and ask for yourself, what is my life a little bit more peaceful? On that note, Celia, I thank you for the time. Oh, I can't hear you.
I'm muted. I'm now unmuted. Thank you, Chris. What a truly eye-opening session that was. I was going to say conversation, but no one was talking back to you. But I have so many notes, and it's so good to be aware about toxins. Excuse me. People live and they're like, oh, the world is killing us, and this is killing us, and this is killing us, this is killing us. And they don't bother to take the time to be responsible and take action on what they can do to live a better life, to live more toxic-free.
Right, 100%.
And sometimes it's things in your cabinet. Say, oh, I want to use that brand. I want to do this. I want to do that. It's too much trouble. How often do you hear people say that organic foods are just plain too expensive? I can't afford them. And I get that. And I know in some places they are expensive.
Right.
but think of the long range costs of your health or your child's health.
That's the thing. And
It doesn't even compare.
Right. You don't want to be at a point later in life where you think, oh, I just should have paid an extra $1 for this here and there, extra $2 for this here and there. We have too many things. And I just talked about the toxins that cause aggression. I wish I could have gotten to glyphosate, the pesticides and all this stuff. They cause so much damage to the brain. And not the funny thing, I think about another F word, but the messed up thing is that when we study human costs, when policymakers study human costs, and I'm saying this from the point of view as a member of the Drinking Water Quality Council for New York. I'm one of 12 people who government assigned who vote on when people are notified as to what toxin is in their water at too high a level. And as I'm sitting in the meetings and half the people work for water companies and I'm listening to people make arguments for like, oh, we should wait. I'm like, but people, they deserve to know if they have an issue in their water. And the counter arguments drive me insane. But what I found most interesting one day was when they were presenting the research, because they always show us what is the extent of damage, whether this causes cancer, etc. They almost never took into account how it affected our neurology. So if it doesn't kill you, policymakers aren't really factoring for how that affects the public. It's cancer or fatal. If it's fatal or cancerous, that's what they're really looking for. If it's going to drop your IQ points down 20, like, they'll live. It'll be okay.
Right.
We got to protect our brains.
You have to. Yeah, it's the only brains you have. And when your brain is affected, everything in you is affected. Your personality, your attitude. Think of your child. Your child is living through brain development. And if that developing brain is being poisoned, they might as well be hitting a brick wall.
Sadly. And I see this every day. The kids I work with autism, we know it's genetic weaknesses that are triggered by environmental toxins. And like I said, I can't say causes, but there are a number of toxins that are significantly linked and significantly associated with autism, including BPA, mind you, and lead and mercury and glyphosate, that once it hits, and it's no one's fault in particular, not the fault of the child, not the fault of the family, not the fault of the parent, especially not the mom. It's that we turn a blind eye to the situation, and then we offer services after the fact. But the brain has already been touched. The brain's already been touched, and there's so much work to be done. If we could just prevent it, we'd have so much more peace, in my opinion. So much more peace.
And be aware of it. Your contribution today is making, I am sure there are many people that just listened to you and didn't know, had no idea. And we're so willing, and I know you see this, and I see this with children. Kids are getting diagnosed with autism every day. And if there is something that's going on with your child, parents automatically assume it's autism, it's ADD, it's ADHD. There's something wrong with my child. And the result is we get a lot of medicated children,
right?
Because they turn to medication instead of seeing what is causing all this.
Right.
What can we do to protect our children? We want to protect them from so many things. How about their brains?
It would be nice.
How about their bodies? How about good health?
Celia, we only have so much time today.
Right.
But unfortunately, like, something food for thought for those who are listening. If you Google right now, if you were to Google, is the rate of blank increasing, and you put in just about any disease except COVID and HIV, those two exceptions, you put in just about any disease, you'll see the rates increasing. And sadly, that's because we don't prevent. And there's so much money in treatment. So the systems that we're in are clearly monetarily incentivized to allow for more sickness.
Pharmaceuticals.
We're a sick care culture. We're a sick care paradigm. We're We're not curing diseases. We're not looking for final treatments. We're looking for someone with diabetes to get a shot every day for the rest of their lives, 'cause that's good money. No cure for diabetes. You know, I mean, there's things people can do, but that's why I want people to think for themselves and say, okay, well, what can I do to protect my brain? What can I do to
Exactly.
protect my internal system from that which we're going to be exposed to anyway? We're not going to stop it. You know what I mean? I said coal-fired plants. We're not going to protest and shut down any coal-fired plant anytime soon. You're not going to get your local policymaker to say, oh, enough people are upset about this, so now we're going to switch to. It's not going to happen. They're monetarily incentivized to keep big business running, and they're more or less buddies. They chum it up, and they know each other by name in a lot of places. So focus on what you can do. You know, give Caesar what's due Caesar, and make sure that you're taking care of your system, because that's where you have control of your peace.
Right. Right. And by the way, if anybody has any questions, put them in the comments. But I agree. And, you know, I always tell people there's a secret to life. There's one secret. And do you know what that one secret is? The one secret to life is you are in control of you. And that relates to everything in life. That relates to your intention with parenting, your intention with living, your intention with not just believing what you read, your intention with learning what you don't know.
Yeah.
There are so many things that if you realize that one secret to life, you are in control of you, nothing else, you're in control of you, your world can be so much bigger, so much better, so much happier, so much calmer.
1000%, Celia. 1000%.
Thank you. Well,
Thank you.
I'm trying to see consistency. Lillian said consistency is her takeaway from this.
It's a good one. Consistency and discipline. That's the key. That's the path to success, whatever you want to succeed in. You know, consistently take care of your body, consistently exercise, consistently eat healthy, consistently make good choices, consistently talk to yourself more kindly, consistently treat others with kindness.
Right.
You'll see your life looks a little bit brighter each day. If not
It
each
will
week.
ripple. It has a
Ripples.
ripple effect.
It adds up.
Absolutely.
It adds up. And not everyone, like, it's not gonna be clean and 100%. Everyone's now respond to me like lights and sunshine, but it adds up. It adds up.
And you feel better about yourself.
Yes.
So many people say, well, this person's not proud of me. This, you know, I did this, and, you know, I feel like I should have done something different. You start believing in you. You start being the person that is intentional about what you want. How many times do people go, well, if they're going to act that way, I'm going to act that way.
Right.
And you don't like how that person acted.
right.
So why are you being them? Be you. Be who you
funny.
want to be.
I just had a talk with a friend, an old coworker, about this yesterday. She said, how do I respond to people who are in some sort of way being nasty and this, that, and the other thing? And I let her know, like, I'm currently in a situation that's similar, where someone is intentionally being, let's say they're offering me very negative energy, and I have to work with them. And I realized at one point that this person is simply petty. And I thought to myself, well, petty is small by definition. And I don't want to be affected by small things. So I want to live the rest of my life completely unaffected by petty. If I can recognize in any moment someone's intentionally being petty or spiteful, I'm not going to give them a reaction. That is my power, to simply smile and be like, okay, see you tomorrow. Or, okay, we're doing this now. Or, what do you want for lunch? Whatever it may be. But, you know, like you said, you have the power of you. You have the power of you. And if someone is trying to take your power, shift your power, push your buttons, you're donating them your power. You're saying, here, take my power. I'm going to respond in a very unlike me way because you won the game.
Exactly.
Just recognize what they're doing and say, all right, buddy. And when you can exit, do so with grace and civility, and you will feel better about yourself. And you will realize I have much more power than that person will ever give me credit for. And that's okay. But I can give myself the credit. Mm-hmm.
If you ever watch the movie Labyrinth with David Bowie and why can't I think of her name? Anyway.
I'm going to look her up.
Great movie, back from the 80s. Great kids movie. But David Bowie plays the Goblin King.
Right.
And the entire message throughout this whole movie, what she realizes at the end, and she says, you have no power over me.
Mm.
And the whole thing crumbles. And if you can remember that, no one has power over you.
Right.
No one can make you do anything. My grandkids will come up to me and go, Grandma, I'm bored. And I will look at them. They don't even ask me anymore because I'll be like, who's making you bored?
Jennifer Connelly.
Jennifer Connelly. That's it. Ding, 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 ding.
I look it up.
You're the big winner. Thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah, who's making you bored though?
You're making you bored. You can have two people doing what you're doing.
That was fun.
And you are thrilled. They are thrilled and you're bored. The only one that makes you bored is you. Why? Because you have control over you.
Right.
You can perceive any situation anyway. You can live any situation anyway. You can respond the way you want to. And if you take nothing else, remember that your life is under your control.
Right. Right. Amen.
And we could go on. This could be a whole session.
Yeah, right.
Okay, so we're going to have to let you go. Chris,
That's
thank
fine.
you so much for being here and your
It's a pleasure.
wisdom. I always gain something else I need to be taking. Like I told you, I add cilantro to my smoothies every
you go.
morning. My husband
Good,
just
good.
bought me a new batch. Now I'm like, okay, gotta get the next thing.
Right. And for those of you who have the gene where cilantro tastes like soap, you can get the pills and you won't taste anything. Just FYI.
Right. And if you make smoothies like I make them where there's so much stuff in them, you can't take the taste
There you
of
go.
cilantro.
There you go.
I mean, there's just so many overpowering tastes. You can't taste it.
Love it.
Okay. We're going to go now. This is the end of day one. Chris, thank you for being here. I'm grateful. It was a wealth of information. And I wish you a happy, fun, calm day.
Thank you. Enjoy your calm day.
I will. And as we close out the first day of the International Day of Calm Summit 2024, I'm so grateful for you all being here. I know you have busy lives, and for you to take time out of your busy schedules to spend here some time with us, to learn more, to be intentionally calm, to live your life better. You are affecting you one person are affecting everyone around you. And you being that calm person is going to inspire someone else to be calm. You saying thank you to someone who's checking you out at the store and calling them by name. You sharing a smile. It's all contagious. And it's all up to you to do it. So I thank you. More clapping. I thank you. And balloons. Don't we have balloons? Did we make balloons? See, balloons. Yay. See, how fun is that? What's this one? See, radiance. So if you get distracted easily, you can do this. All right. So I want to remind you that if you're ready to stop yelling at your child in 21 days, get my course. It's crazy affordable if you use coupon code Day of Calm, $48 one time, and you will stop yelling at your kids. If you do what I offer, the solutions, the strategies, you stay consistent, it's a game changer. You'll feel better. Your kids will feel better. Nobody likes feeling like a bad parent. Nobody feels good when they yell, and certainly your children don't want to be yelled at. So get the course. Support this. If you think this summit was seriously helpful to you, almost life-changing, if you support our mission of ending an epidemic of anger and rage that we have in our world, if you're ready to do more, please go to Day of Calm and support. There's a donation any little bit, we are super grateful for. I thank you for being here. I thank you for sharing this with a friend. I thank you for paying it forward. And I thank you for being intentional on this day of calm 2024. I wish you days filled with peace, love, tons of laughter, really is the best medicine. Tomorrow is filled with a great selection of more speakers. Our own Anupam, who has worked so hard to set this off and make this session, along with Czar, make this summit a reality. He will be talking about AI. Everybody's worried about AI. Will the world have humans anymore? He's going to talk about how to find peace amongst the storm of AI anxiety. One of my favorite humans on the planet, C.L. King, will be here teaching children how to build with bricks, the acronym BRICKS. Find out what that means tomorrow. Abraham Sona, another wonderful human. We have a lot of wonderful humans in this world. We'll be teaching about the learning outcome of letting go of fear. What are your fears? Do you wish you could let go and master the act of love? That's what Abe will be talking about tomorrow. And next will be Bob. Bob, my actual brother-in-law, who is a master and a cultural anthropologist and one that focuses on calm and peace throughout the world. He will be talking about why finding calm is not what you think and encountering peace on the other side of stirring up your emotions. That's at noon Eastern time tomorrow. And then we'll have a little break, get lunch, relax, stretch, and the gratitude slammer, the master of gratitude, Michael Ian Cedar, will be with us at 2 p.m. Eastern time, talking about gratitude as self-care. Any of you that know me know I am like obsessed with gratitude. Michael is a master at it, and he will be talking tomorrow too. That will end day 2. If you thought this was great, please pay it forward. Please share it with somebody. Please tell someone you got to get on here, because I have learned so many key methodologies for being a calmer, more intentional human being. I love you. I wish you peace, love, laughter once again. And I'm grateful for you being here. I'll see you on day 2 of the International Day of Calm Summit. Bye-bye, everyone.
Thank you.